Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the best weeknight of the week. It's Tuesday night. That means LPL Pro, and that means Rainbow Six Siege. So, welcome along. My name is Matt Smite Ross, Mr. Cthulhu. You're going to be here with me for Tuesday night, as well as tomorrow night as well, because we get two of the best weeknights as well. So, week number 5 here, Cthulhu. We are now very deep into the first part of this season.
Sure are. Yeah, we've been having quite a fair bit of some of the developments actually going through. I mean, leaderboard is getting spicier by literally each and every playday, and some of the rather more interesting storylines are starting to get developed up and around here.
Yeah, and they're going to continue as we move into tonight's matches. And one could look at tonight's matches and you could see perhaps two maybe kind of one-sided matches potentially if you look at them on paper. First up, it's Bazaar versus Bance, and you look at that on the leaderboard and you say, oh well, maybe it's not so bad. They're not too far apart, but Bazaar have been showing that they've been pretty good. They've had some pretty rough matches first up, so on paper it looks like they should be able to dismantle Bance. And then later on after that, we follow it up with PC419 versus the newly rebranded Bitter Hems, previously known as Blessed. And so another kind of similar story. PC409 much further up the leaderboard. Bitter Hems, well, it's pretty hard to be below these guys. They're dead last at the moment.
Yeah, for Bitter Hams right now, this is a little bit of a tough road right now. They're sitting almost right at the bottom of the leaderboard there for themselves, and yeah, things a whole lot of very wondrous things will need to happen for them to really make that big advancement for themselves, that big push for the points and get themselves out of the relegation. But yeah, at the moment it's definitely putting them at quite a massive underdog state, especially within the context of tonight's games, because yeah, they're versing Bazaar to kick things off for tonight, and PC419 to verse Bitter Hams, like you mentioned before. To be honest, both of those teams, that is Bazaar and PC419, are probably will be expected to really gain those 3 points for themselves.
Yeah, and it's going to be important for both of these teams to pick up these 2-0s. The 3 points rather than the 1 point from a draw are going to be pretty massive to continue their climb up the leaderboard. For Bazaar, it would put them at least momentarily into second place, and it would give them a good opportunity to stay there after tomorrow night as well. So very important for them to come in and clean it up. Same thing for PC419, similar kind of story. It would put them either just below or ahead of Bazaar, depending on how that match goes. It would put them tied with Skyfire and who's the other one that's tied up there?
Ferox.
Ferox as well. Still all below Exto, by the way, who are up in first place. Still pretty much invincible, at least for this week coming. I think only a few teams can really contest them. So, yeah, really important for these teams. I know they're expected to come in and get the 2-0, but they need to come in and do it nonetheless.
Yeah, certain things do need to happen for Bazaar to really start making that advancement in the top 3 bracket and start maybe going for a few brawls points wise here and there. But let's also mention the maps that we will be seeing for the first tonight's matchup. Smite.
Yeah, I mean, definitely always important. So it shouldn't be too surprising to see that we're going to be looking at Coastline and Villa tonight. Coastline going to be Bazaar's pick for the first match, and then of course Villa being Bant's pick. So starting up into this matchup, like I mentioned, very important for Bazaar to pick up the win on both maps here. So of the two teams, Bance is probably going to be the one, of the two underdog teams tonight, Bance is probably the one more likely to make an upset happen here. So is it likely to happen on Coastline, or do we maybe have to wait for Villa to maybe see Bance come in and try and bring Bazaar down?
I gotta say I probably would have to be leaning towards Villa. Bands did show quite a few looking pretty close matchups for themselves, but weren't really able to make a whole lot of plays. But yeah, certainly Villa is definitely looking much more closer for them, I have to say.
Yeah, and of course, guys, before we go to take a splash into Coastline for the first map, we're just waiting on one more player, so as soon as the lobby's ready, we'll be getting right into it. But Yeah, I imagine both of these teams have been preparing for this one quite hard. I think Bands certainly do have it in them to make this a tied series, even potentially maybe a 2-0 series if they can come in and really go for an upset. So it is going to be pretty rough for Bands coming into this one. Bazaar is a tried and tested roster. They've come from the last season. They've stuck together. These names, they roll off the back of your tongue because they're so familiar right now. Bazaar are looking like a very strong lineup right now. Whereas for Bants, they do have some familiar names. Their roster's been around throughout the season and consistently showing up. They've had, of course, some games with subs, so they've had to be making those work. But it looks like we are just filling up the lobby now, so we should be moments away from going to Coastline Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just only a few more seconds, few more moments as we are waiting for the R's to come out from both of the teams. But yeah, Coastline should be a very interesting one. This is rather one of the more better performing maps for Bazaar. This is where they are expected to really get that early advantage, even whilst being on attack. But they are going to be starting off to kick things off on the defense. So yeah, it's going to be a much more kind of simplified map, a much more frag heavy map. I don't think we will be seeing any huge, large brain plays, and it's just gonna go straight down to just how well can both of the teams really frag out. So yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting and probably a bit quite peculiar matchups to really witness, because while Banst were able to prove us on that matchup against BLS, now Bitter Hams, that they are still a force to be reckoned with, that they still are able to really perform. Bazaar is probably going to be one of their rather more stronger opponents within LPL Pro Season 2.
Yeah, but if you're coming in here to kind of shut the haters down and say, hey, look, we are here, team coming in here to compete. This is probably the week to show up. This is probably the week to come in and snag a 2-0 against a team that no one's really calling you to win against. So, Bants, this is definitely their moment. I imagine if they were ever going to be training super hard for a certain week's match, it would be this one. This is very likely going to be a do or die kind of moment in time for them during the season. If they win here, they can continue on and maybe make a climb to move into the playoffs, try and make a shot for the finals. But if they lose here, especially if it's a 2-0 against them, then that could be the end of their journey. It means maybe they might have to fight for relegation later on, and that's still a thing. But their shot at making it into the top four could be all but over if they lose here.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at all the matchups that are still yet to be done, so for Bands right now, one of the harder ones is tonight, so that is Bazaar. They still have Ferox to play against, and then it's ShadowNet. So the ShadowNet matchup is probably going to be the best one for both of the teams, rather, to get out of the relegations, because right now Band's sitting on 3 points, ShadowNet are sitting in 1 point. So both of the teams, if they end up taking the 2-0, that's it. The winner is out of the relegation bracket. That's it. They're sorted. If it's going to be a draw, for that matter, Bands are actually going to be sitting still pretty confident. So they will need to grant themselves only a single map in that overall matchup, even if they will proceed to take a double L here. So that funnily enough, that win against Bitter Hams was the deal breaker for Bands there.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps them ahead, like you mentioned, and importantly, if they snag a draw, it's of course not the greatest thing. You want that 2-0, but a draw is great because, like you said, it keeps them out of reach from ShadowNet and Bitter Hems. It puts them, 3 points ahead, meaning one of those teams needs to get it to an O, which is already kind of unlikely so far. And it also means that it would still only be a draw. And you take a look at the round differential for it. I mean, it's not really something you can see at the moment, but it's minus 22 for Bants at the moment and minus 20 for ShadowNet. So interesting things. But I believe we're going to Coastline right now, Cthulhu. Let's get into it.
We sure are. Bazaar Gaming are going to be the ones to be starting on defense here. map number 1, and they are surprisingly going to be banning first. And funnily enough, the first ban is going to be Lion out of all the operators. So that is partially, I would imagine, one of the targeted picks. Partially, it's just they don't want to really have to deal with Lion on coastline, especially with the fact that Lion is able to really, if you emphasize of his E1Ds very quickly, then it can be a huge snowball effect.
Yeah, and Lion, he's been popping up just a little bit more, particularly last week as well. So teams are picking up on him. Now, clearly it seems Bizarre at least doesn't want to deal with it, like you mentioned, so just getting it out of there. Then we move over to a few more standard bans. Mira's only been through like once throughout the season, so no
once or
surprise
twice,
to see
yeah.
that banned. You know, Valkyrie and Nomad's a little bit odd, but again, still not too much of a surprise. It's, I guess, maybe a bit of a stretch rather than anything. But there we go, through the ban phase. Now moving into round number 1 here on Coastline. Thanks to WD Black, let's get into the first match of the night.
Indeed. It's Hookah Lounge and Billiards Room that will be picked for the first round of defense, which is going to be rather nowadays a bit of a odd one, but the main oddity is the fact that BB is straight from the get-go, goes in for the Caveira pick, which, that was a fairly expected 6-pick bait, which, interestingly enough, does force Bans actually somewhat fall for it and instead trade out the Maverick that could have had the frag grenades for a Dokkaebi to ensure that the defensive counterpart, that is Vigil, could get countered by the roam.
Yeah, so the Dokkaebi's always fun. It's also a little bit of a... It's not quite the same, but it fills a similar role to Lion. So now that he's banned out, you can throw in Dokkaebi, get some pretty intel on your opponents, or at least make them stand still for a little bit. And of course, dealing with the Vigil. That's always quite nice too. But you take a look at Bizarre, they've also got Mute, quite a common operator on defense as well, so you can always hang around by the Mute Jammers to block Dokkaebi calls. But of course it's always going to be a lot about these roams, and you also look at all the traps that Bizarre are sitting around on. You've got Legion, Wide is going to be filling everywhere with magnets while he's roaming around, so pretty scary looking lineup here on defense for Bizarre.
Yeah, lineup for Bizarre is definitely a bit out there, but it's certainly a fairly good one. Covers a fair few bases. Ghoul Mines should be allowing him and Vigil actually some really good ground for roaming, and that was actually, we just saw a really nice angle by Artie to actually have a nice pre-fire set up to ensure that whoever's going to be holding a wide angle in the security room will be pretty much countered. Oh
man, they are just nailing down the position. BB as well, who was hanging around him too. He's been caught out, so now they're down a man. Ghoul's probably just booked it straight out of there right now, but the Dokkaebi is calling, but they're still hanging on tight, hanging on the angle. Ghoul still shuts one member down, so he's still getting a bit of his job done, but he is super pinned down right now. Can he get the peak? Yes, he can, but he will eventually fall. Oh, and they're going to get the hack as well.
And they're going to get the camera hacks, so that's pretty good as well. But trading out your IQ and a Zofia for the 2 Romas, that's a bit of a expensive but fairly equalized trade, gotta say. Bans, albeit that in their current position, losing Lime Cordial and Nate, 2 probably star players of Bans, is definitely not going to be helping quite a whole lot, albeit Twent, President, and AFX are all the anchor players, so here they shouldn't have a whole lot of issues really dealing with Bans' approach.
Yeah, so it's a strong anchor play left, but hang on, maybe we might get them going, but no, okay, maybe not. All right, but Bans, they don't have to worry about any roaming. They can take their time. They've got a whole minute to go at the moment. They've still got a Dokkaebi call for the final push. They've got a lot of tools here. Of course, Mute can be a little annoying, and so is Twent, as he takes Artie out of here and leaving only 2 attackers left. They still have that Dokkaebi call, and they still have that hard breach with Pluto. So, again, they still have the tools they need, and they still have time. So it's all about just executing it here at the end here, and it is still a 2v3. So it's going to be quite rough here as we approach the final push. The logic bomb is going to be dropped here. It went not super high, but here come the gas grenades. A C4 through the floor. AFX. Well, what a way to win round number 1.
Sure is. Yeah, it's a very explosive beginning to the matchup and a very explosive ending to the round number 1. So Bizarre already managing to flex their ability to really kind of make those rotations on the go kind of thing. Certainly is a pretty solid showcase overall, but the main question, at least from me here, is can they continue? Can they keep up the consistency on their performance? Because we saw a fair few teams who have some good ideas, some good executions on a few certain sides, but the moment it comes to the question of the consistency, this is where they all starting to kind of fall apart. So here for Bizarre, they just need to ensure pretty much to not throw their rounds away, because that has been plaguing them for a couple games in the first few starting weeks.
On the flip side though here, Cthulhu, that what we saw from Bance in the last round was that they were shutting down the roamers, or at least it looked like they were about to. They had them pinned down. They took out BB on that vigil pretty early on, but then a Ghoul just made them pay so much to take him down. He was in such an awkward position and still managed to take out 2 people, and that certainly saved the round for them, as Bance really only had 2 or 3 people left by the end.
10 seconds to go.
Bance, there's their idea. Shut down that roam. They knew where it
5
was,
seconds remaining.
but then executing it at the end, just the small mistakes as well can be so punishing.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, the bands would definitely need to up their roam clear game and try to lose. If they are intending to trade out of an operator, just do it on a single one. Well, try to minimize essentially the losses, because yeah, losing out both of quite highly aggressive operators has taken a toll on their performance in the previous round. But now it seems like it's a fairly standard one. President, though, on the prowl down below could potentially catch the Sophia off guard, and well, he will just be able to just track her for the time being.
Yeah, not going to try anything too cheeky, and he's also just telling Ghoul what's going on too, so he should have a good line of sight. Nate, though, also has some pretty good senses going on. Lime Cordial has found a BB, so that Jaeger is not going to be roaming around for much longer, but this is a big roam from a lot of members of Bizarre. Nate, is he going to get caught around the corner by Ghoul here? Yes, he is. He will shoot him back, though. Will get him to get down but not out, and he's cleaned up here by Papa, so it's not all for nothing.
Yeah, there we go. Bance finally did manage to make the right advancement here. Managed to really focus on getting rid of all of the roamers, as many roamers as possible, and taking out BB and Ghoul with only losing out on Nate, that's already a huge thing, because Lime Cordial with his G8 is going to be extremely deadly. He's proven that on a multitude of rounds, and here on Coastline, with him handling the G8 once again, he's going to be an absolute menace.
Artie finding AFX, wearing the defenders a little thin here. Bizarre need to find these President. Really needs to find somebody's on the stairs. The shotgun from Twent will pick up Artie. That is what they're looking for. They really need to make it work here at the end. Twent here on the smoke. 3 gas grenades still in his pocket with only a minute to go, so that's a lot of time he can burn if he stays alive. Gonna be hard with only him and President. President doing a lot of roaming right now, just trying to track down anyone he can, but here comes the breach as Bizarre check the corners. But remember those 3 gas grenades. Twent, though, is he going to go to deal with his phone, or will he throw out the gas grenades? Will he keep his angle held tight? Well, let's find out here, Cthulhu. In the final 30 seconds, we're about to head in. It's Pluto hanging down the line, waiting for Bizarre to walk into the trap, but they have to go in, but they can't. There's the gas grenade. Now Pluto has to go through the door. Exactly what Bizarre want. Lime Cordial right down the hallway as well, but Twent, yeah, they were just walked into his gun. Unfortunately for them. They have to go now, but there's still a gas grenade left. It's going to be straight into the jaws of Bizarre. And then now they start coming. But no, President's out of there. It's just Twent left at the moment. The plant is going down. It looks like gas grenades weren't enough. And now Twent, he's going to find it. He gets Lime Cordial. The plant's down, but it's just Pluto, and Pluto, he's just enough.
He's just enough indeed, as this is what Bance really needed. That quick bounce back from the first round jitters, as this is the one for them to take. And we already see a huge improvement once they were able to at least preserve most of their lineup before making the final execute onto the site. The moment they had just one more person to really delay the push of smoke, that is exactly all that was needed there. Unfortunately for Bizarre, President wasn't able to really connect his shots with the UMP, and well, that resulted ultimately in the big loss, because if there wouldn't have been any IQ to really deal with, Smoke would have been given pretty much a free reign over the whole site.
Yeah, pretty tight at the end there. You can imagine. His team's not really wanting to change their operators at all, it seems. Pulse being really the only big change, but of course, you know, that's now been 2 rounds in a row here for Bizarre, so I mean, each round has been incredibly close,
Attackers
so
need to locate
it
and
does
defuse
feel like
bombs.
this is one of those ones that could go very back and forth here tonight. I feel like Bance
Attackers
certainly
have located a
has a
bomb.
good chance to really take it to Bizarre, and they've got a good chance to really upset them, so they're feeling like they're on form tonight. It has only been 2 rounds, so it's going to be hard to tell for now, but once we do find out, we get a few more rounds. Help to see. They definitely, the one thing that I can tell though is that they seem to have Bizarre's number. They are tracking them down and calling their plays as they happen.
Yeah, being able to adjust on the go is certainly quite a huge ability that not a whole lot of teams are able to really flex there for themselves. So yeah, for Bans this is quite a big improvement, but again, the question of consistency is definitely going to be coming in here as well, just like it is for Bans, and well, if just like how it is for Bizarre rather. And yeah, for Bans, really, they just they need to keep on rolling. If they are able to continuously shut down that roam from Bizarre, this is their kind of the main weapon right now in any future success against the currently defending team.
Yeah, and Bizarre are not showing any signs of slowing down this roam. They are still picking very roam-heavy operators. They're still spread out all over the place. They've got President constantly tracking down everyone from Bans. They should have a pretty good idea of where Papa's coming in from here right now. They'll be tracking 2 members of Bans. The intel right now is massive for Bizarre. They missed the C4. I mean, not really missed though, when you chunk 3/4 of Papa's health. That's a pretty meaty hit.
Yeah, that's a huge chunk of damage, and with the fact that President is still alive, that C4 could have been deadly, or even just a few pre-fires through the floor could have been huge if Papa would have spent any more time on that breachable floor. But instead, now Bizarre is just playing it fairly conservative. Papa is playing in the Sunrise Bar, and really at the moment is just a waiting game, rather, just awaiting for Bance's mistakes, and that first mistake is going to come through. That is the C4 to run around, and well, that is Nate's whole life pretty much rocked in front of him.
Yeah, Papa will get his vengeance though. He will find AFX. It's just the mute off the board though, so still plenty of utility left here for Bizarre to work with. But at C4, very good value. Getting rid of the Zofia, very nice. Papa now also quite wounded. Still 1 lunge bomb in the pocket though for the final push. Vance, they've got time to set it up here at the end. Still a little bit of work here to clear and get the position. Clearly want to grab that vertical play, grab that roof, try and flush out Gwen from his position here if they can get above him. It'll be very important here on the final push. But Ghoul and BB, oh man, they're waiting, and it looks like they're going to be rewarded. No, he looks away the wrong side, but it looks like he's going to be pinned down. But no, no, he somehow still gets that, and BB finds it too. Cthulhu, what on earth?
I'm probably just about as shocked as you are right now, Smite. That should not have happened, and Ghoul should not have been allowed to stay alive for that long, but that is quite genuinely amusing with how it just worked out for Bizarre there, and Ban's kind of all just fell apart. Now being in a 2 versus 3 situation, it's just going to be an attempt to push in, but Pluto will get shut down pretty swiftly there, whilst Artie is going to be the one to trade things out, and in a 2v1 situation with 5 seconds left to go, there's not a whole lot of things to be done really, and well, it's time to finish up the round.
Yeah, this time, this is what happens when the roam goes off without a hitch here for Bizarre. I mean, just great patience there. It feels like maybe Ghoul should not have gotten away with what he did there. It definitely did not help out a lot there in the final push for Bance, but I mean, he gets away with it anyway, and that's just going to be what happens when he does. So this roam's still working out, so you can tell why Bizarre are pulling it out so often every single round. Looks like it's not going to stop. Tavera is still going to be picked up here, likely to be swapped away for the 6th pick, but maybe not. Maybe not. And oh, maybe it will be locked in.
Yeah, it certainly looks like actually Cav will be finally locked in. No more baits this time from Bizarre Gaming. As yeah, that's gonna be quite a gamble there taken by
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Bizarre, because well, Cav is great, but having somebody like a Mozzie is probably gonna be even more useful there for the team utility. But it seems that they're not really phased by the any sort of lack of utility, so for that matter they're just gonna try to frag out. BB is just gonna be hanging around the site for the time being, and it is the President who's probably going to be the main roamer there.
Kind of interesting how they're playing it out.
10
but
seconds left
we'll
before
see how it
insertion.
goes. Gwen having a pretty good game here.
Oh yeah, already
Picking up a
5
lot-
seconds left.
Picking up a lot of the frags. Just honestly getting very valuable kills
Attackers
as
must
well. But
locate and defuse a
here we
bomb.
are. I mean, Bizarre just making all of their own holes for themselves, making sure they can rotate wherever they need to. It's certainly the main strength for them right now, and they are swinging it around in front of Vance right now, showing how strong their roaming is. But they're gonna have to do it a few more rounds in a row to really start
Attackers
showing it
have
off.
located a bomb.
And here we go. We've got President running around on Vigil, completely out of view from any drones. But I mean, you've still got Mute blocking all the drones. It's just so little info for for Vance to really work with. They need to make good use of the logic bombs.
Yeah, those logic bombs are going to be the huge utility to really play off. As
no.
President, such a mistimed peak. It's just, it seems that right now Bizarre were plagued by some of the timings there for themselves. As it's just right now it's a full-on manhunt actually on the Vigil player, as there was an attempt from BB, I believe. Yeah, and sure will continue actually onto Artie. No interrogation though, funnily enough, and President is still able to keep things grounded pretty well for himself, and even with the fact that Ghoul was assisting him as well, he's still sitting fairly comfortable there.
The logic bomb has gone out, and so all these roamers now kind of shaking in their boots as they get hunted down. Piper swings around to find out one. He's gonna find his way into the cameras and have a little spy on what's going on in the Bizarre house here on Coastline. See if you can see how many people are going to be sitting around the side, where all these roamers are. All that info, so valuable. Live Cordial from above, trying to flush out Ghoul here. He might just find him.
If he's able to find Ghoul, that is gonna be huge, because that is the Jaeger player, the big aggressor, completely down and out. I'm still yet to see whereabouts is BB playing with the Cav, because usually it's the Cav that allows the massive swing in the momentum for the defenders. But here she's nowhere yet to be seen. Instead, it's just full-on kind of anchor play by Ghoul and Airfx, with Twent actually sitting in the kitchen. Wait, whereabouts is Cav?
He was way up in the top right of the screen. Very far away
Oh, hello.
from everyone right now, but on the same floor. Oh no, Ghoul, he goes for the peek and gets shot down. And now we're in the last 30 seconds here, as they've lost yet another defender here. This should be good for Vance to go for the push. The logic bomb has been dropped. Now it's on to BB, and even his roam will be shut down. AFX, no more gas left. That's the last one. The plant should easily go down. Pluto looks to have
15
been
seconds to
hit
go.
by the gas a little bit. The swing there from AFX gets a few hits,
10 seconds.
but he needs a bit more. He needs just a few more. Finally, Nate does go down, but so does
5
the
seconds
plant.
remaining.
Just from above, though,
Attackers are activated.
threats too. And now he goes in. He has to find so many targets. That is just not going to happen. Oh, there it is. Vance. They get the plant and they get the round.
That was so close as well, because AFX was really close to finding another kill for himself. He was able to down the Hibana, but thanks to the vertical play that Vance had, they were able to finally shut him down on his rampage. So that does take us back to a 2-2 draw, which I was kind of thinking that it might have happened, but definitely it was not the first thing that kind of popped into my mind, you could say.
Yeah, but this is the on-form Bance that is the one that's going to take any kind of upsets. If they didn't show up, then yeah, it would be that one-sided match that everyone
Attackers
was
need to
kind of
locate and defuse as many
expecting
bombs
on
as they
paper.
can.
But this is actually the good Bance showing up today. They have their moments, and this is one of them. So now they can show that off, and I'm so glad as well, because it's giving us such a good game. It puts them right up there contesting against Bazaar right now, who are certainly having to work for their rounds, remember. It's not like the 2 rounds that either team has picked up have been, any kind of one-sided matches at all. There haven't been any flawless rounds yet. They've all been quite close down to the last seconds, so it has been a very, very tight match, and I'm really glad that Vance is showing up here today for it.
Yeah, this is the prime time for them to even start claiming themselves even a single point, because if they are able to get themselves even just 1 point, that's already puts them at quite an advantage going into any further matchups, and even that very fabled matchup against ShadowNet, which at that point will pretty much solidify their position just completely out of the relegation bracket. But that's still yet to be done. For Bazaar, they would want all of those points, because if they would only gain a single point, that's still going to keep them at that 4th place, which is far from ideal.
Here in round 5, though, a few more rounds here for Bance to pick up some attack
A
rounds.
bomb has been located.
So I'm being a bit slow. Again, it's a very similar operators all really wanting to change it all. Not too many surprises with how well it's been working for both sides. You can just peek Pixel here. Looks like Papa's going to try to pre-fire a little bit, but won't find anything as the member of Bazaar moves back away through the wall. I'm Cordial with the GA. What does he find? He found 2 members here. AFX and President actually getting the killing blow, and it's continuing. We said we didn't have any flawless rounds yet. Well, we've got our first one.
Yeah, that is a sweep and a half that Bazaar are able to really bring here. Just on the Hoka defense, it's a whole new vibe for them, it seems, because, I mean, we saw a very confident defense of Hoka on the first round, and round number 5 seems to be an even bigger iteration of that very thing. So, hey, maybe this is where they show their power. It's just the Hoka Lounge. This is where it's either the kryptonite of Bance, or if it's the power-up of Bazaar.
Yeah, Bazaar just coming out super strong in that round, and they can really, if they do it again here in round 6, that would make a pretty massive statement. It would slow down so much momentum for Bance, make you kind of question, is this the Bance showing up? But or maybe, is this going to be the new Bazaar showing up here, the good Bazaar? But we still have a few more rounds to find out. The final round here on this half, of course, if they don't break the script, then Bance will bring us back to an even half, and that certainly be real fun for them. Vance, though, again, haven't really changed anything. They're bringing in Sledge to change that up a little bit, but still just really replacing the soft breach, rotating in and out here. But expect them to find some decent vertical play here. Maybe chuck a frag or 2 down below.
Well, that would be preferable to get a fair few frags, but well, let's see how will round 6 unveil here, because yeah, once again we are at a very interesting precipice of the fact that both teams could end up in a draw here on the first half, and this could be quite a huge one, especially considering that Sunrise and Blue Bar has been a very shaky performance from Bazaar.
Yeah, been really tight for the rounds where it's happened as well, so yeah, Bance probably going to have to be worrying a little bit for it too, so keen to see if any teams are going to be taking this one a little bit differently here. So go here onto the attack again. The Mute Mozzie combo out for Bazaar, so there's not going to be a lot of information for Bance to work with. It's going to be pretty annoying for them to get any kind of intel at all. They're going to rely pretty heavily on Lime Cordial here with the IQ to get any extra intel at all, right? Finding where the electronics is better than nothing.
Oh yeah, definitely. That IQ has been absolutely powerful, and could be even more powerful against operators like Pulse that President is playing on. Same goes for AFX. That IQ could pretty much nullify any progress that could be made by AFX here with his mute jammers, and for now, she's been a little bit passive on the play. It's rather just Nate and Artie that are trying to wreak some havoc, and President has only so far only been able to really find a single frag with that C4 from below, albeit that he was presented with a multitude of avenues to really go for those plays. So maybe not yet. Maybe the Pulse God has not been unleashed yet, but for the time being, it's Bants that are making some advancements.
Still have to clear out so many roamers though. You can see how much time they have to waste on it right now. Papa's going to keep this angle held tight. He knows that President's down there, but there's quite a few more members down too. The C4 comes out, but doesn't get blown up, and AFX, he's going to be punished for his patience as well. Papa earning that kill here. He won't be able to hack the phone though. That is way too dangerous to go for him, but he'll be happy to grab that kill.
Well, that was a pretty clever bait. You gotta give it to Bizarre Gaming players, as that could have actually worked if the shots would have connected, but unfortunately, those were missed out by quite a large margin there by AFX, and the initial man advantage is there. A run out to come out, but quite promptly a trade will be there as well in the full effect, and Pluto is onto something. He knows he gets the bearing out and will be able to catch the timing just at the right time, but it doesn't come around without a trade once again, albeit now it's down to BB and President.
Yeah, BB and President are really far away from the site too, so if Bants are quick, they may be able to grab a quick plant here, but BB has actually gone all the way back now at the moment, but he's been found out completely. As Bants have found his hiding spot and take them out, the final defenders here, and well, this is definitely shaping up to be a pretty interesting game with a half like that.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely now very curious about what could be the final ending of this matchup, because, I mean, we were talking, even before the broadcast started, we were talking that, well, it's highly likely that Bizarre would be the ones to claim the points, but now looking at the matchup, I'm not so sure at this point, as Bants are definitely looking pretty strong and very well prepared here against Bizarre, and probably at one of their better shapes, if not the best shapes so far to date throughout this whole season.
Yeah, definitely feeling like we didn't give enough respect over to Bants.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're certainly earning it here right now. Bizarre being made to work a lot for now, but all that said and done, at the end of the day, it's just going to be who picks up the round here. It doesn't really matter how close it was here for the points, unless we get into draws later on, which we might, but right now, this first map could really decide a lot. Talking about momentum going into map number 2, but we'll get to that in a few rounds here, because we've got the second half and we've swapped sides here, and well, I don't think we could really see a different style of defending here. Look at these guys. Do they look like roamers?
Yeah, not particularly. Well, we have a few players that could be passing for a few roamers. Yeah, well, yeah, it's mainly looking like we might see a bit of anchor play vertically come out. I mean, the setup itself is already very much unorthodox. We're seeing quite a whole lot of sidelines being opened up for that Doc ACOG. But usually, I mean, basing your whole play off just a single dog, that is unusual, but oh my, it's like the whole picture is just slowly shaping around as to what are they planning to do, and it is terrifying by every single moment, I gotta say here, Smite.
Yeah, they do have the roaming potential here, of course, with the Pulse. And, you know, Nate on Wamai can if he wants to too. But it's not really like the 3 to 4 man roamer squads that Bizarre is running on defense.
Oh no.
It's a lot more understandable. At least they don't have to worry about running into smoke here on the site. But Doc with the ACOG is a different beast entirely to approach when you're going onto the point here. It's so powerful, such a good angle here.
I'm rather more amused by the fact that they have expanded almost onto the whole of the top floor rather than trying to defend just a single or just 2 of the rooms, which is probably the most fascinating thing for me, but it's not really fascinating for Ghoul to find that shot onto Lime Cordial. Fantastic pre-fire will be opening up the kill feed, but yeah, I gotta say, that is one of the rather more odd slash controversial ways to hold Penthouse and Theater, just having so much ground to cover, but at the same time locking it all down with all of those long angles and all those crossfires that can be opened up. So that, first of all, just allows bands to really have a grand amount of ground to really just rotate from, and this could mean quite a huge thing here for themselves, but doesn't, once again, it doesn't look like it's phasing Ghoul in any shape or form while he finds just another frag.
Yeah, it's just bands being picked apart right now, kind of from the outside as well by Ghoul. They've lost already 2 defenders right now. Pulse can still track their entries here as Papa is still hanging around downstairs and still trying to see where Bizarre are, but 5 members and 1 minute to go. Oh, Papa has taken a good amount of damage here. He's even getting droned out too, so his life expectancy probably not too long here as Ghoul's triple kill continues. Still, he wants to grab that ace. He's got a half health Pluto and a full health Doc to get through. Doc getting so much damage there, and eventually he will find someone, but it is a trade, and now it's just Pluto left, and he's in a very similar position. Hurt, pinned down on the site, and with only 30 seconds, I mean, he's got so little health right now. I mean, I don't think even those bullets needed to kill him. He's taken out here. Bizarre, round number 7.
Yeah, Bizarre pretty much just snowballing this time whilst being on the offense, already managing to showcase that they are very much determined on claiming the victory, or at the very least attempting to claim the victory on Coastline, which is, like you mentioned early on, their own map pick. So that would be, yeah, that would at the very least be a little bit of a tilter if they would have ended up losing their own map pick, but maybe the solution was just to bring Ghoul on Zofia and make those plays, really.
Yeah, just make sure he lives. That's the thing. If Bans can find a frag on him nice and early, that could shut things down.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Goyo is gonna now come to the party here for Artie as the 6th pick. A little more, yeah, I mean, dare I say it, maybe not more, but you know, we're still seeing that anchor play here. You're gonna be able to buy a lot of time here. You can combine that with the smoke. Bans can really run down the clock with these guys. They've got the Maestro to sit down for plant denial, to also anchor pretty hard. So they're going to look for a similar strategy here. I imagine they're going to do a lot of the same things. But Bizarre shut that down so well. So let's see if they can change it up enough to make it a little more competitive here, because Bizarre are fine to go up against this again.
Yeah, Bizarre seeming to be all ready and prepared and all fully warmed up. Apart from BB, who's not been really having a whole lot of phenomenal performances, it's seeming that the rest of the squad has been able to really make things work and perform quite well. On the side of Bans, it's also been quite a very fruitful kind of game, being able to trade out a fair few rounds, and it's certainly looking like a very generous performance from them as well.
Twin really, literally playing with fire there, through the window there. He does manage to grab one of the Vulcan shields here, which is a nice little pickup. Which is always a little bit of fun to drag down some utility very early on the side as well. And Bizarre, I mean, they're going to be able to grab a pretty good position here. They're already under the site. Bizarre are going to have to see if they can tickle any toes, tickle any feet here to grab a few kills. Nate is going to be in a bit of trouble. He's already taken so much damage through the floor. He's going to have to try and find somewhere to hide right now. Otherwise, any kind of stray bullet is going to take him out.
Yeah, any damage to Nate could be pretty much fatal. Albeit, 125 HP, I think he might be able to take 1 or 2 more bullets, so not as bad. Yeah, well, maybe a skeleton key, but yeah, it's certainly not looking quite pretty for Pluto, especially because his safe position is being completely obliterated there. But meanwhile, off screen, it's Papa to claim that shot onto BB. Once again, the Ash player will be shut down without any kind of big dedication to the round, so that does leave Bizarre in a 4v5 situation.
Oh, Twent continues to grab that value, finding Line Cordial on that Jaeger. Ghoul as well has been doing a similar job to last time, taking a little bit more time this round though. Hanging down on this doorway. President has found Pluto. We're going to keep our eyes here on Ghoul as he is just trying to hold this one down, but now he has to start making the push. He saw something, he goes for the peek, but his team is falling while this is all happening. But dare as I say that, they get the kills and now we're into a 1v1. Both damaged, but Papa on the brink of death right now. There's still some time, so they can take it slowly. Ghoul doesn't have to rush, but he does have to move eventually. Papa has to have the first fight. No, he does. He sees him. And Ghoul didn't stand a chance. There it is, the 1v1-1.
And that was a very, very odd 1v1. I mean, both of them were pretty much a few shots away from their own demise. And, well, yeah, massive props to Papa for making it work for his team to push it back into the draw. And that is certainly has done quite the wonder. I mean, it's still keeping them very much in the lead. Sorry, not the lead, in the game. And in a very competitive game here, it seems, as, yeah, Bizarre is certainly not feeling it tonight.
Gonna have a little more fun here on defense, I reckon, because you got Vigil now coming in. Mozzie's also here, kind of instead of mute, to have a bit more of a mobile information denial. Although Blackbeard's now coming to the party for BB, I think he's sick of dying. I think he's sick of being picked off. So he's going to put a big old plastic shield in front of his face, so that's not going to be happening anymore. But we'll see if it works out for him, because you definitely want to be winning these fights here. It's what Blackbeard's picked for. You want to be able to swing around and peek without really too much fear. Sledge is going to be able to smash some pretty decent holes for him to poke his head through too, so plenty of ways for BB to make this Blackbeard here work. But there's so much roaming now for bans here. It's quite different to the compositions they've been running before. So hopefully Bizarre doesn't get too caught off guard here by this.
Now, hopefully for Bizarre, but very hopefully for bans though. They are definitely been looking pretty nice, pretty swift on a fair few of their executes, and certainly looks like they just might have found their that perfect matchup, which is going to be really close, but it's going to give them quite a lot of possibilities to learn and a very grand potential to even score maybe some points here. So by all means, this is looking quite pretty here.
Oh, that's a good drone. We've already found one member of Vance here already on the entry right now. Haven't been able to find him again, but that's alright. And importantly, they're keeping BB alive here for now too. They definitely want him in these firefights, especially near the end on these bushes. Nate is hanging around on the side, but here we go. The first entry here. But of course, they've already scouted out quite a lot of it, so I already know what's going on here. Still just going to be waiting here as the bush comes out, but here we go. Twent going to be opening up any kind of holes here. He knows that there's going to be some roamers hanging around downstairs. Oh, but it's also Nate, who's not a roamer, but an anchor on that dog here. Take him out, that'd be great.
Yeah, taking either him out or maybe Artie or Pluto is going to be a huge thing here. Twent, oh, there is another C4 coming around as he just cannot connect any of the shots. Papa does get tagged up amidst all of that chaos, but will get promptly healed back up by Nate. So right now this is definitely looking very bad here for Bizarre, and with the fact that Lime Cordial is already on the flank, he could turn things around really quickly here for his team.
We've already found one roamer though, as Artie is gone. The frag goes down, but doesn't look like it's finding anyone. Nate gets to see the explosion though. Papa has fallen, and now it may be looking like Bizarre can find it. The plant went down during all of this as well. Not too much health on the attackers here, but it's all up to Lion Cordial. His teammates have fallen. 1v4. Not all of them on full health. If you can get some good kills to start things off with, but he's already lost so much health and won't even win that 1v1 there. Bizarre round number 9.
Bizarre once again will continue that whole kind of trading competition for themselves as they are able to once again push themselves into the 1-point advantage. But so far, I mean, this has been as back and forth as it can get. Not a single streak has been done here by neither of the team, and really, judging by the trend, it's not looking like there are going to be any changes in that in any foreseeable future.
Yeah, and not too many changes to how the teams are approaching attack or defense. It's still the similar lineups, although we do finally swap off of the Blackbeard back over to the IQ, so... or maybe not, who knows, I guess we'll find out in a second, but there we go. It's going to be IQ. Ella's now joining the party too, so trap meta coming back in
Attackers
here
need to locate
again.
and defuse bombs.
Always tons of fun to see that coming out, but yeah, there's still just so much movement, so much mobility for Pants here. They can move so quickly around this map here, it's just not
Attackers
even
have
funny.
discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, Vance bringing in that whole, well, partial trap meta could be just the right thing to really play out. I believe it was Nate who was actually quite frequently bringing in the Ella with a shotgun, so her appearance here is not as surprising, but she's definitely going to be able to throw in the spanner in the works of Bizarre's pushes, because so far they were able to really well snowball things around and were able to sneak in things around here. So those hidden Griswold mines are going to make just the right difference to alert the Vance roster about any of the flanks coming around.
You can have Artie sitting over there on the site as well on that multi, so he'll be the one main anchor, I believe. No, you've got Papa as well, actually. So he'll be able to tell the rest of his team if anyone is just going for a push on the side, if you can catch them with this cardiac sensor. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a similar line of play here, as we definitely want to see Bizarre take that floor above. But Nate is going to be hunting up there. It's his hunting grounds right now, so they do have to drone it out. They have to do their due diligence to make sure that they do not get caught out, and they can give a free reign over to their sledge player. Twent, he's been on a roll. They can get him a good position. They can continue.
Yeah, if they can get him, that could be a good thing, but oh, BB. It just, after getting stunned, decides to fairly promptly to fall back, knowing that full well that could be a pre-placed C4, a crossfire setup, pretty much anything that you can name, it can be there, so a pretty good idea, but are they gonna run out into Nate? That is the first gunfight. AFX is tagged up quite low, but not down in any shape or form, and Nate, because he wasn't able to finalize the kill, will be taking quite some punishment in return as well.
Yeah, no Doc this time to heal him up, so it's an alright trade, I guess, but you didn't get the kill, so a little awkward there, especially if you look at what Vance's lineup looks like. They certainly want to be getting these roam kills. BB, he's going for a bit of a flank on his own, although they've turned around, they see him, so nothing will come out of it. But Papa and Artie, they're doing pretty well here on this anchor business here. So still just going to be droning it out, but Pluto, finally we see the first kill here as AFX falls. Gridlock now off the table. And well, Bizarre seems to be struggling a little bit, but now finally they're going to be going in again above, trying to get these roamers out of the top floor here, but no, it's not going to work out. It is a trade. Twent from above finds the nade kill onto Pluto, and now it continues. Now the roaming is closing in. They go in, but Ghoul, he is going to try and stop it. He's going to try and make it work here, down to the secondary, but it's just action all over the place, and the roamers, they've closed on in Artie and Lime Cordial to finish it off.
Oh man, an absolutely action-packed matchup here so far between these two teams. What seemed to have been initially on paper a very one-sided matchup is so far turning into just the absolute bloodbath between the two teams. Neither of them want to really let go the opposing team with any amount of points, and this is certainly looking like we just might be seeing yet another overtime to come through. Like I said once again, so far it's been just a game of trading between the two teams, and well, bands so far are certainly looking extremely powerful and looking like they just might be able to take down Bizarre on their very own map pick out of all the things.
We're not there yet, Cthulhu. And,
True.
And the other thing as well is that these final rounds are going to be potentially quite different pressure-wise, because it means so much for Bizarre to get to 2-0 that if they drop this first map, they're going to be feeling, you know, there's a chance they'll be feeling quite off when we go to map number 2, when we go to Villa. So it would mean a lot for them to pick up the first win, so getting match point could be a lot of pressure for, I mean, either side. Vance definitely wants his first win a lot as well, and because they're so close, they're feeling it. They're going to be having to keep themselves in check here. So grabbing that first match point
5 seconds to go.
is going to be super important right here on map number 1. So this round here, round 11, it could set up the final stage of the game here.
Yeah, this is going to be, out of all of those trade rounds, this is going to be the big one. There's the run out by Nate, attempting to get anything or any damage to be done, but no, unfortunately for him, not yet. But that is setting a very solid positioning here for himself and for his team, just to keep on adding the aggression, keep on adding the pressure onto Bizarre, because they will be feeling it as well. And this is not one of their rather more confident performances at all as well.
Yeah, definitely sweating maybe a little bit here for Bizarre. So especially if Vance wins this round, that would probably be the most pressure possible. That'll put Vance into such a great position. But let's focus here on round 11 here. What's actually going on? Because Bizarre have been definitely taking this one very cautiously. A lot of time has been spent on droning as they've just been checking out the occasional point of entry here, but it looks like the intel has been done, but just around the corner here is Lime Cordial. Wonder if he's going to be able to find anything here. Still also droning out again anyway, but Bizarre not quite ready to move in. Lime Cordial has fallen back.
Yeah, it was a fairly clever idea to try to fall back, as he's just been rewarded with a kill, but fairly promptly Ghoul is the one to trade him out. Getting rid of the gridlock is not a bad idea, as that will just ensure that not a whole lot of ground will be covered by those track stingers, or for that matter, you will not see a whole lot of smoke grenades as well from the attacking team. And that is exactly what they want. They want to ensure that no obstructions, no disruptions will be coming out from Bizarre, and this is one of the first steps to really find that success.
No funny business.
No funny business whatsoever.
No shenanigans here in round 11, only serious business. And speaking of serious business, it's about to get pretty serious here. There's still a lot of utility here for Vance to work with. All those gas grenades still ready here for Pluto. So they're running out of time here for Bizarre. They need to make it now if they don't want to worry about all the gas, and they have been. As President now going for the plant. Finally, the gas goes out. Does he have the breath to hold to make it out? And yes, he does. Now it's time for the retake. Pluto starts it off strong, taking out Twent. That's exactly who he wants to be taken out right now. There's not a lot of health for him left though. 2 defenders now just left, and President not looking very healthy. I say defenders, they're defending the plant, but Pluto now going for the defuse. It's been cancelled, but now it's only BB here. He's got 20 seconds to try and keep this one alive. Keep it up for Bizarre, but there it goes. It's Nate. He sneaks it like the cheeky little devil he is.
He sure will, and well, that is the diffuser completely sorted out, completely done, and Vance are the ones to take the match point for themselves, and the first streak of 2 rounds as well, matter of fact, to be done by either one of the teams. So that is already quite an achievement in itself. And well, for round 12, Blue Bar and Sunrise will be played out, which could be potentially the final round, or we will be seeing a continuation of the series in the overtime.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about, Cthulhu. Here is where the pressure is on, because Bizarre need this 2-0 to contest that first place and potentially even stay in the top 4. So to drop map number 1 here would be crushing, and would potentially be pretty rough for them moving into map 2 on Villa. So they are certainly feeling pressure now. They know they'd have to go through overtime to even pick up the first win here. It's just an awkward position to be in, whereas Vance, now they have so much freedom here. If they lose, okay, it's alright, we can go to overtime, but here they have the potential to just take the win right here. They're playing a familiar comp. They're playing a site which is, I mean, always a bit shaky, but it's one they've played on plenty of times, so they should be pretty comfortable here. They're also playing against the comp that they've played against plenty of times. Bizarre have already brought this one up. They've dealt with BB on that Blackbeard, so
10 seconds left.
Let's see how
before
Vans
insertion.
handle it. Everything's in position for them to take the win here and take the series. That doesn't mean we have to count out Bizarre, though. They certainly can pull it back here.
Attackers
But
are heading out
yeah,
to
they'll
defuse
be
the bomb.
feeling the burn. The question's going to be how much.
Yeah, the burn is most certainly going to be there. I mean, that is probably the last thing that they would have expected for themselves, for that kind of performance. So certainly they need to pull a comeback here. Certainly this is where they need to make the play work, make their own rounds work for themselves as well, because yeah, this is not looking pretty with the fact that Nate just decides to really go in for the shot and just gets rid of Ghoul just like that whilst being on rappel. And that is already quite a tilting moment for the Bizarre player.
I mean, that could just be the round right there. I mean, Ghoul has been such a valuable player. The next one will be probably possibly above, but BB, he is also now trying to be a contender for that one with the Blackbeard kill. Picking up the Lime Cordial here, getting Jaeger off the board, so now it's all even. Now that's looking a little better. This point of entry is quite interesting here for Bizarre. It's very tight, but they do have a lot of angles to peek inside, so maybe they can make it work here, but they're definitely going to be working on that vertical position too.
Yeah, vertical is going to be quite the large chunk of the play here. BB does manage to make things work for himself. Funnily enough, it's a BB on a BB as well. Going to be trying to go for the trademark play. Maybe another ace like we saw it before in Oregon. And this is going to be quite the right play here and the right time to make that play, because they won that overtime now. Whereas the Bands, they still have 3 fully healthy operators, so they just might be able to make the turn, but BB is not having any of that. Does manage to connect that nice headshot onto the Maestro, and now it's all up to Nate and Pluto.
BB just the value king this game. All these kills completely for free, shutting them down. This is exactly the time to switch on, so he's clearly not showing any signs of the pressure, if he is feeling it at all. But honestly, it just feels like he's not. Still though, round's not over. Bands have a chance to clutch here. It's all up to Nate and Pluto. Pluto can run down the clock here, and he's going to start doing that. It's at the right amount of time here to deny the plants. Can he actually get them denied? President's already going for it. BB on the quad kill. He's going to be looking for the ace. You can imagine the comms right now, because you can imagine they're calling to give it to him. He's telling no one to take this kill away from him. No one kill Mozzie. Leave Nate to me. I want the ace. C4 going to be thrown out to try and deny anything, but not going to find it. Did he get the ace? Was it BB? No. No, stolen by AFX. But hey, you'll take it, because now you get to go to overtime.
Yeah, this is the road to redemption now for Bizarre. After losing out on so many rounds, after being completely thwarted on any momentum and robbed of it by Bance, this is where they make that push. This is where they need to make that play, because losing out on the points, like I said, is going to be huge for them and will be slowing them down quite substantially going forward in the season. So here on the Hookah Lounge, with them on attack once again, this could work out, but also could be very much shut down, because last time the Hookah Lounge attempt was pretty much lost the moment the plant did go down.
This round here in overtime,
Attackers need to locate.
going to
and
rely a
defuse
lot,
bombs.
I believe, on BB here trying to pop off again. I mean, you look at what Bands are pulling out. There's a lot of anchoring, at least a lot of time wasting here by Pluto and Artie, on Smoke and Goya respectively. So Bizarre have to be careful. They don't want to get too cautious. They don't want to be caught up here in the final 15 seconds here against that. But they still have the roam clear as well. They have the tools for that. They've got AFX here on the grid block. They can slow it down. BB with the peaks has been stopping a lot of the defense too. So
Remaining.
see if we can make that happen again. There's just a few members here of Bizarre. If they have a good round, they can get a good opening and then take the first round here.
You have to
The question
locate a
is,
bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, that is going to be quite a very good question out of all the things, because yeah, the way how Bizarre played, I mean, they'll need another miracle like BB on that 4K to really push themselves even further, because so far they've been losing out on a fair few gunfights and a fair few crossfires that Vance were able to really well set up, might I add. And, well, for Vance, they were able to emphasize off each and every mistake that Bizarre did.
So worried about Baby here. This bodyguard Ghoul has already lost half of his health bar to a run out, so a little awkward here, but it looks like he's changing position. He's going to be partnering up over here with AFX, so he's going to have a lot of support here to get these peaks done. Remember, it is going to be very important here, but still, Bizarre trying to get inside. Looks like they're taking the window approach. They can have Twin on lockdown, or maybe not on lockdown duty, in fact, as Papa just pushes him off the window. Now that is going to be real annoying to push through.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge one here for Vance. Getting rid of that pressure on the window is a grand thing to really perform and to kick things off for the round for themselves. Twent was able to get a fair few plays going for himself there, but as it stands, the early disadvantage is the main thing that Bizarre would have probably hated the most. So here as well, with Nate on the pressure, it's going to be even worse here for the Mans.
They should have heard Nate though. BB is being bodyguarded by AFX right now, so they should be keeping him tight. Although AFX looking the wrong way in the wrong room, Nate may be able to find him. Does BB know what's going on? Meanwhile on the site, Pluto and Artie and Papa. Oh, Papa has been finally taken out by Ghoulmao. That stare down was going on for a little while, but eventually it is cool to take out the win. Now he's going to start entering the site. He drops down all of his utility. There goes the last one, and it's actually going to be successful. Artie, now he's got that smoke to deal with. He's going to have to try and blow up his last Vulcan, so denying any time. But here we go, the final push. Bizarre here in overtime, looking to get the plant down, and then find it here in the end. No, Ghoul is going to continue his tear. They're so low health though, and finally he gets taken down, but just 2 defenders left. Pluto, 1 more smoke bomb left. He's gonna throw it out, there it goes. Just Artie and Pluto to find these right now. President, AFX, almost no health. It's mostly gonna be on BB here. And that's a Blackbeard, so he's gonna be happy to peek, but 10 seconds, he's gotta do it quickly. He's gotta go in now. AFX is planting, so they have a bit of time to make it work. Artie, he gets one down, that's so good for Vance. But BB trades it back, and eventually it all wraps up there. First round, AFX eventually gets Artie down. And there it goes.
The absolute clincher of a round here for Bizarres. They were quite literally on, yeah, like you said, on 1 HP and a dream for the 2 of the players out of the 3 that were remaining at the end of the round for Bizarre, and massively were still able to perform there and be able to come back. So now they're once again in the lead for the points, but once again it's only a singular point difference, but overtime match point, just one more win for Bizarre is going to close it all out in their favor, despite all of the efforts that Bans so far did. For Bans though, it's only 2 more rounds remaining. They need to make that push, but they don't have any more ground, any more room for error. This is it. This is the final chance to really ensure and solidify the early advantage for points. The early draw, potentially, if not the setup for the 2-0.
Kind of surprised they didn't stick with the Jackal there. Because if we cast our minds back to the first half when we had Bizarre on the defense, we remember that they did throw out tons of roaming. So the Vigil, no surprise to be coming out. You can imagine what this is going to be, a heavy roaming Wamai as well. So it isn't going to be Jackal though. It's going to be Sledge instead. So they are going to have a ton of soft destruction. They're going to be able to take over many vertical positions. So it's going to be how they're approaching it. Bizarre, however, going to be looking to close in on them with at least BB and President here. Vigil and Wamai.
Yeah, President was able to get a fair few pretty good kills there, but a good thing is that he decided to swap off the Pulse with the UMP onto a Wamai with the Org. Definitely should be able to grant himself a bit more of the fragging potential and just general fragging power. And as for remaining roster of Bizarre, no more experimental picks, no more Caveira. Bates and 6 picks, that's all gone. This is the real deal. This is where they need to sweat it out. This is where they bring out the best one of their plays here. And well, this is looking like a pretty sturdy, pretty well gathered lineup of the operators. Whereas looking at Bance, just about similar. Papa has been an absolute menace and an absolute beast with the MK14 EDR on the Dokkaebi, so everything could really happen here.
Yeah, and once they do grab that vertical control, there's a lot of danger for Bizarre because the logic bombs can come out. And the frags that can rain down on you from above, while they can hear your phones, that is going to be pretty
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a technical difficulty for us there, but yeah, it seems that Bans right now are just going right in. They're not wasting a whole lot of time, and yeah, we will be seeing a pretty prompt fallback from BB. Bizarre will be just giving away and pretty much granting the control of the VIP lounge.
Yeah, well, they're taking a pretty wide angle here, but Papa, oh, that's a good start. That's a good one to find. Legion now off the table, all gone. A very dangerous fragger here. Vance may be able to bring us here to round 15, but it's just the opening kill for now. They've got President pretty far back here, not actually roaming at all on that line here. AFX also very low after his fight. Low. Twent now taking some damage too. If they did get the smoke off board, that's going to be massive, although he gets to the fuser down here as he takes down Pluto. This is perhaps a disaster here for Vance.
Yeah, Pluto was able to really swing in quite a few of the plays, and with the diffuser being that far away, Vance's new objective as at this point is to ensure that they can retrieve it as quickly as possible. BB is going to be working on delaying that even more, as Lime Cordial, the big fragger, the big bad fragger, will be now completely gone and out, and Nate is the one to be able to really finally retrieve the diffuser, but at what cost? After losing a whole heap of health, Papa is also down to 75 HP, and right now Bizarre definitely looking pretty sweet here on their own setup, but they still need to stay alive for another 25 seconds.
Yeah, 25 seconds though. That's not a lot of time here for Vance to make this last push with how much time they had to waste. Oh, Artie almost looked away at the wrong time, but this is going to happen here. We've got Bizarre in the room. Oh no, Artie. He does manage to get trade though. That's great, but Bizarre, unfortunately, find round 14 here, as it is a clean sweep near the end here in overtime, picking up Coastline.
What a fantastic performance there by Bizarre at the end of the round. Finally be able to really take that win, finally be able to get themselves activated. That first map has definitely been a very shaky one from themselves. It's, yeah, 8-6 is probably the main kind of big storyline, and even that is going to be quite barely a showcase and explanation of as to what exactly happened.
So Bizarre can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here as they're a little bit closer to that 2-0. It was probably a little closer than they expected here, but big respect to Bance for coming up, showing up today, but they did fall down here in the final rounds. They came so close. They brought it to overtime, but it wasn't good enough. Now they have to come back and fight hard for a draw, and that is always just so much harder to justify to yourself when you compare it to Bizarre, who's sitting there saying, let's fight hard to get the 3 points, to get the 2-0 here, to get to that first place spot, or at least second place after tonight. So this is a big deal here for Bizarre to win the next one. Whereas for Bance, it's really just to get 1 point, because at this stage, it doesn't really matter to them if they can hold Bizarre back by making them only earn 1 point. It would be nice for them to grab 1 point, because it puts them out of reach of Shatternet and Bitter Hems, but oh man, it's gonna feel rough after only just not winning Coastline.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite a bit of a tilter for Bans, but they will get a little bit of a time to really recuperate themselves, as we are going to be just throwing to a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen. Get the players hydrated, prepped for map number 2, and to get some more entertainment for you guys in just a few short minutes. So stay tuned. We are going to be back in a little bit.
Well, I hope all of you guys are ready for a bit of a Villa thriller here as we get into map number 2. Bazaar versus Bance. Bazaar have already snagged map number 1 on Coastline, but it was super duper close as we were in overtime, which means Bance can definitely bring this one back here on Villa here. My name's Smite, Mr. Cthulhu. What are we going to see here on Villa?
Yeah, Villa is going to be most certainly a very interesting map. I mean, if judging by the way how Bance performed on Coastline, this is going to be an even closer matchup, I reckon. Just because it was also close on the frags. Both teams were able to frag out quite evenly. And in addition, both of them were able to match themselves on the tactics. So much fun will be had, thanks to Nate, as he just promised that very thing. And I just also realized that the graphics are still yet to be flipped. But yeah, we are going to be seeing Bance on the defense out of all the things.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of fun as Mozzie gets hit by the banhammer. I'm not really that surprised to see it come out. It's a really popular pick here, especially in this series. Both teams picking it up, and a strong operator. So just get it out of there. Don't want to deal with it. Super annoying, especially the mute Mozzie combo. Now you just have to deal with only mute, which is annoying enough, but at least you don't have to deal with pests. So a little more avenues for those drones to come in here, as well as just less roamers to think about, as we've seen at least both teams like to show up here for a little bit of the old roaming. But over here on Villa, another one that's been popping his head around is Monty, which did get flicked around, but don't know if it's going to show up here in any 6 picks.
I don't think, at least Bazaar don't strike me as a team that prefer using a Monty for some of their plays, but just as I say that, yeah, I'm gonna eat up my words back again, as Twent is actually gonna be just toying with my emotions at this point.
Take those words out of your mouth and put them back in line, because IQ's back out.
Yeah, we got them back out. Okay, but yeah, it was. I don't think that Bazaar are that. They favor that much the French operator, but if they would, I wouldn't be surprised if we would be seeing quite a few very confident rounds based off that shielded operator, because he can sometimes turn around quite a few roaming games, quite a few very close matchups into his very own favor. So yeah, everything could happen, but definitely not in the first round. But at the very least, I mean, looking at the overall lineup, Thatcher was able to slip through the ban phase, which is already quite a large benefit for Bazaar's push, and that is going to be an easy disposal of any of the breach denials, mainly being bandits.
Yeah, gonna be just invaluable here. Be able to hard breach, able to find their way in. And also means Artie is likely going to be sitting here on the site as a bit of an anchor, trying to go for those tricks, rather than being freed out to roam wherever he needs to be on that bandit. So Bazaar, they're going to know a little bit more where he is, which is always going to be nice. But yeah, the Thatcher as well to shut it down. It's going to make it just almost impossible here to continue it out. But we'll see how Artie does, if we can get the required tricks here to continue keeping those breaches up. But looks like we're going to be going downstairs here as Bazaar make their way inside.
Yeah, Bazaar's vertical play is certainly going to be a very viable option for themselves to try to make some pushes going and try to apply some pressure. They are fully aware that there is a Valkyrie right down below, and she is going to be getting up on the pantry stairs, and well, surely Bazaar are fully awaiting for her. Yeah, they seen her through the bullet holes as well. They just are waiting at this point. There's the point. No, Ghoul! Wait! Ghoul just decides to unpeak from that at that very worst moment possible, and actually allows Nate to actually deal quite some damage to him. But oh my god, no. Ghoul, that is the timing. And he's actually gonna die to the peak of Nate as well, but Oh, this is just an absolute chaos coming out from both sides. As oh, there it is. Finally, BB able to pick up that kill. Oh my god.
Yeah, meanwhile, through that, Twent ran over a Claymore. Sorry, he got a kill with a Claymore. As I think it was Lime Cordial that ran over it. C4 through the floor? Nah, not gonna happen. But, I mean, just what a ridiculous set of kills to come out through all of that. Even Twent's quite low here. Do it. Do it, Artie. Do it.
Artie.
Do it for the viewers.
Kill him now.
It's gonna go through, but no, it wasn't actually close enough. Shouldn't have done it. But who it doesn't really matter too much here as he does not find it. The final 45 seconds here. Artie going for a peek, but finds nothing. Has to deal with the breach now. As Bazaar are about to find their way in. That peek cost him a lot of his health. So now Artie's super duper low. Bazaar still struggling to get through a few of these ruins, a few of these chokes. Papa is going to be slowing that push down. Taking out BB. The AFX and Twent, though, have pushed their own way in, and now they've found the kills. Just Pluto left. He's going to have to clutch it out. But with that much health, not going to happen.
Yeah, that was a very unfavorable position there for the band's players. But Bazaar, yeah, that's definitely a much better performance, albeit that first beginning of the gunfights, that first part in the dining and pantry. Oh my god, that was a roller coaster of emotions if I ever seen one.
Roller coaster is the word for it. That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, I threw my hands up in the air when Ghoul looked away from that doorway. That was just ridiculous. But hey, look, it works out in the end there for Bazaar, as they did manage to get all of those. The fact that Ghoul somehow lived through all of that, no one ended up dying for a little bit during that little kerfuffle, it still baffles me. But hey, I mean, he managed to survive. They got everyone back up. It went okay somehow.
Yeah, I'm still amused as to how did Ghoul not dive initially from that peak. That was just yeah. So many questions, so little answers were given throughout that whole round. And well, at the very least for Bazaar, they were able to claim their first round. But now comes the question: are we going to have just about the same kind of series where we're just going to be seeing a trade after trade, or whether this time we're finally going to be able to have one team that is kind of definitely will have the rather bigger advantage over the other.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah. We are seeing a bit of a setup from Bazaar, from Bance rather here, pardon. Here, going in with a little bit of a spawn peek as well from Nate. He wants to get that early aggression going for him, and that is most certainly not going to really pay off in any shape or form, albeit BB has actually managed to finally make that entry into the building.
Detected a bomb!
Loading new magazine. Enabling electronics.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Well, once again, it seems that technical difficulties keep on striking us once again here. We should be able to get Smite on his way back here. Smite, are you with us? Oh, he still cares. Okay. God dang it. Oh well. Whilst we're trying to sort things out here, we are already getting quite a few of the heated engagements to come out. BB is the one to try to get some shots going onto Nate or Pluto, but to no avail really. And it is Lime Cordial that is there, just sitting at just in the position, ready to get the peek. And well, he will be able to catch BB off guard on his peek.
Yeah, this is the entry that Bance were kind of hoping for, where they can get that kill first. But they did take a little bit of damage for it, and now they're going to try and make it work, and this is what they were looking for. Although Nate in a lot of trouble, had to reload, maybe caught reloading, but hey, he's got backup, he's got Lime Cordial. They do get Pluto, but I mean, the kills continue for Bance, and now it's just all up to El Presidente. He does get one. He has to get more than that, though. That is an excellent way to continue it. He has the diffuser. He can go for the plant, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Lime Cordial and Nate both sprinting for this, but it was just a bait. It was just a trick.
It was just
He
a
doesn't
prank.
have a lot of time to work it out. Yeah, just a prank. Just a prank, bro. But unfortunately, it looks like he pranked himself because now he's going to go for these frags instead because he doesn't have the time to go for the plant anymore. 20 seconds. Okay, here goes the plant. Do they go in for it? Does he bluff it? Okay, it's a bait, but still, no one falls for it. Now he's running out of time. Now he actually has to go for a plant, and they know it. They're going to go in. 3 seconds. Does he actually go for the plant? He's about to get it in. 2 seconds here. Okay, it's planted now. He's going to clean up the kills. He does it.
He doesn't! He's just a gamer now, Smite. He just clutches it up. 1v4 was it? And just all of a sudden he just turns around, he just gets activated, gets all those frags and being able to really rock the world of bands. It's, oh my goodness, just complete stomp there, and that should curb quite a fair bit of enthusiasm from bands to even try to go for any of the aggressive plays anytime soon.
He did like 3 fakes, and bands were having none of it. They didn't fall for it for so long, but oh man, I mean, just huge respect to Bance for not falling for it, but President to clutch it out there, I mean, it's just no other words. What a great way, in a 1v4 situation too. What an MVP. But we do have to move on. It is now only round 3. We still have the majority of Villa to go, but oh man, that is crushing there by Bazaar. Do they continue it up here on this attack here as it goes? I imagine they'll be feeling like they're on a lot of a roll here.
Yeah, roll is probably one way to really describe it here. For Bazaar, this is definitely a morale boost after what seemed to have been a round completely written off against them in favor of Bance. It seemed that, yeah, they were able to finally get that dub for themselves. They were able to finally break that curse of the of trading rounds, and this is exactly where they want themselves to be right now. That 2-0 is, whilst being a very small victory, but it's a victory nonetheless, and especially after the fact that they were able to run away with map number 1 in their favor, it is definitely a feels good moment.
Debris is so annoying. You can't even melee it to get it out of the way because it would just break the whole window. So frustrating.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, look, you can deal with it if you just run around like that. Unfortunately, Vance did not, so they're going to be a little annoyed by it. But hey, oh well, it happens, I suppose. But they're definitely going to be on Vance's side, kind of struggling for the round here. They need to bring something back after a round like that. They don't want Bazaar to keep going on a bit of a roll. They've already made some pretty decent progress here, especially droning along the way. Here we go though, BB. Uh-oh, he might be a little trapped here. He will be able to hold the line, but Ghoul is going to be here to help him out. They have forced Bance back, so he's actually okay.
Yeah, Bance would be able to really now start getting their roam going. They have a pretty sturdy setup here as well. Bringing in a Kayat as well. I don't think we did see a Kayat before in the previous round, which should allow a really nice setup there for themselves to get the rounds going. President already taking quite a fair bit of punishment as well, but thankfully for him, we'll still be able to stay in a round to frag out. And yeah, right now, should be able to get a few, maybe shots, maybe some flashbangs to clear out the angles, but apart from that, really not a whole lot that can be done. Papa, meanwhile, off screen is able to wreak some havoc onto FX and taking him out, and I don't think the Thatcher grenades, at least all of them, were yet to be used up.
It did sound like quite a lot of breaches went off though, so they did get the majority of what they wanted done with it. So Flash is now going out. President has not got a lot of health, so this is a pretty risky spot to be sitting in, but it looks like it's going to pay off as now Bazaar going in. Ghoul snagged the kill. The plant's going down. President with almost no health doing it, but they might not even need to. BB 2 kills. He gets killed back though. Plant goes down and everyone is dropping. 2v1 situation. President's still on almost no health. Twent is down. It's Lime Cordial. He just has to go tap President's shoulder to take him down. But has to not be caught out as he enters the site. And no way. President does it again.
Prez once again with barely any health and without any kind of help or support is just able to play it out just with the sheer amount of skill there from his team. It's amazing. It's amazing that the amount of plays that he can bring out is just mind-blowing, and at the same time very very much amusing and amazing. Just yeah, the sheer game sense is phenomenal.
Bizarre are really making these clutch situations work. These final pushes are just somehow working out. They look incredibly chaotic, but in all that chaos, Bizarre, at least someone on every round is holding tight. The last few it's been President, but it's been rotating around quite a lot. So Bizarre are really showing that they can hang tight here in the high pressure moments, and they can do it consistently, which I think is the most important thing. They've been doing it round after round, and now it's really on a roll on now the Rom Villa. And this is something that happens a few times. You get a really close map 1, and then the team that wins map 1 in overtime just comes in and steamrolls through on map number 2. So it feels like this is one of those situations where that's happening again.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Bants right now, they seem to be quite demoralized after their very unfortunate loss in the overtime on map number 1. It's seeming that loss has just taken quite a bit of a toll on on their morale and on their performance, because that is not what you want. That is not what you love to see for that team, because they were most definitely very ready, very prepared to take that point. They wanted it. Like, you could see that with that thing, but yeah, it's just didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that the rounds are actually really close. So these rounds could have been bans. It could have been a little more even. They technically could have been in the lead. It could have been 2-1 to bans at the moment with some of those rounds. But hey, let's see round 4 as the peaks are now starting to happen. Twent, I mean, he's just been having a great game all around, and it continues here on the entry.
Yeah, getting that first frag onto Nade, he was an absolute menace in the previous round. In the previous map. Taking him out is already quite a huge shutdown. Pluto could be up next, but he's also tracking one of the attackers, and there's full knowledge onto position of Jaeger. So if Bizarre decide to straight away swing onto him, they would have a pretty good chance of finding that frag. But thankfully the Bants player, the Bants Jaeger, able to really fall back after, I believe, realizing that he might be washed there. And yeah, he has made his way back and actually roaming pretty hard right now, so he's going to be popping up on a very different side of the map here, actually tracking and maybe even hearing BB's footsteps above. But here we go. What can he find? Pluto as well, tracking the movements of Bizarre, so there should be a lot of information for Bants to work off right now, and they'll need it with a 4v5 defense. Most definitely need all of their prowess, all of their utility, all of their fragging potential to really start making things work and doing all that job for them. President tries to maybe get rid of some of the ADSs for his Zephyr charge, but right now, oh, there we go. President utilizing that time off the Thatcher EMPs should be able to get the breach going. Meanwhile, Ghoul is the one to kick things off and get the breach done. And we'll have the vertical play as well. Ghoul is just an absolute beast right now. With that vertical play, it's just huge. But Artie is not ready to give up just yet. Was able to find a single kill, but it will be shut down pretty promptly by Twent. It's all down to Lime Cordial. Even he will not be able to get anything rolling for him. And that is a 4th round in a row for Bizarre, as it looks like Bance's spirit has been thoroughly just crushed, mulched up, and then thrown away.
Yeah, I mean, we said the last few rounds were close. Round 4 was not close. That was very much in the hands of Bizarre. There was like 1 kill that went back from Vance, and that was just ended up being in a bit of a rush towards the site anyway. So very, very well planned out there coming in from Bizarre. They got the last push out done very well. You could see that President was getting the plant down anyway in any case. The breach was pretty much perfectly done. Just everything went well there for Bizarre. So things are definitely spiraling a little out of control here if you're a Bance fan, so they definitely need your energy.
Protect your bombs
If you're a
from
fan
being
in
defused
the
by
chat,
attackers.
send it to them right now because they need your help. Bizarre are on a roll. They are just a few rounds away from picking up that 2-0, putting themselves in second place on the table if they can get it. Although they'll have to maybe wait until the second match of tonight does finish. See if anyone's going to be overtaking them, but it will definitely be a nice little boost for them to move up and kind of secure a top 4 spot. But they have a few more rounds to win.
Yeah, they still have a fair bit of ground to cover. I mean, 3 more rounds. Sometimes for some teams it's still a very tall order. For some of the teams it's quite an easy one. Here, I mean, with the way how things been going so far, it shouldn't be that much of an issue for Bizarre to take all those 3 rounds, but I do believe that Bance might still have some juice in them left, some more enthusiasm, some more star power, you could say, within them, because they were so far, I mean, massive respect to them for the way how they performed in the first map, just only mere rounds away from being able to claim another victory for themselves, but alas, that didn't happen, and well, I'm definitely going to be very curious to hear from them about their performance on that first map as to what was kind of going through their heads in the interview, but that's still quite some road to be covered before we get to that.
Well, I mean, Bizarre making it a short road.
You're not wrong.
Giving it their best here, at least here on the second half of it. But yeah, they're coming in here on the second last round on attack, getting all the position that they want. First up, they're gonna get some of this floor control done. They want to grab the control of the stairs as well, so just setting it all up here for now. It's all been pretty well handled. Bance, by the way, they swapped over to Alibi for this round. They tried to bait something out with one of the spawn peak windows and a hologram, but even that didn't find anything, so yeah, they haven't really found anything here with this Alibi just yet.
Yeah, Alibi was, in theory, was a really good operator choice, but it seems that maybe Bizarre have learned kind of the ways of Bans, but oh, they were not learning
They got each other.
the P guys. Oh, yeah, it was actually quite a nice trade of headshots between the 2 players. So a smoke for Zofia, equally damaging trade out, but BB is he's cracked here. He's fully ready to go in for the frag, because he was just able to very promptly take the life of Land Cordial. Up next is the Maestro, and he's able to actually get the down. A nice crossfire, meanwhile, set up by Bance to be able to maybe finally shut down all of those pushes that Bizarre were able to pull off previously.
Bizarre have to be careful. They have a pretty good position here to win. They've got the breaches, they've got the players, so they're very close here to win. They've even dealt with most of the roamers. Lime Cordial out of the way. They're actually getting a bit more done on the breach. So, and it's final 30 seconds. It could be a little rough here, but they've made it work so many rounds in a row, and they're continuing to make it work here in round number 5. Already 2 kills done and dusted, and Papa will be the 3rd one to fall here on the site. And wow, another clean win here on attack.
Yet another one. Unfortunately for Bance, there's no way of, unfortunately, sugarcoating it in any shape or form. This is just all seeming to be falling apart for them in a very, very unfortunate way. For Bizarre, though, they are finally fully warmed up, fully activated here, and are just ready to claim all their victories as promptly as they can.
And so now, as we move to the final round of the half, as this is going to be a crushing if Bance cannot pick up this one. They do not want to walk out of this with a 6-0. As they'd have to go through an entire half without being able to drop around. But yeah, that is a very, very uphill battle ahead of them right now, and it's all just for
Attackers
one
need to
point.
locate
It's
and
all
defuse
just
as many
to
bombs as they can.
maybe stay out of the reach of the teams currently at the bottom of the table here. There's possible motivation worries here for Bance here. It's hard to see if they're going to have the same drive to win this map here as they were showing back on Coastline. Maybe they do, and maybe they prove me wrong for sure, but Bizarre's game play has just stepped up to an entirely different level here now that we've gone on to Villa, and they've just been reading Bance like a book.
Device placed.
I mean, Bizarre did play quite a fair bit of Villa, so they are very well accustomed to how some of the different teams play. Some of the rather more fragging, more fragger-centered rather teams
Bomb and defuse it.
play this very map. So they are very much knowledgeable about the general approach, but what they might not be knowledgeable is about that spawn pick. Oh, Nate! Oh, will be promptly punished. Twent.
No damage.
He does not forgive those. He does not miss those, as Nate is just gonna be all completely forfeited for this very round. That is very unfortunate for the Bance player, but there's still 4 more players to try to make it work here.
Oh man, I mean, but you've got to be sitting here looking at the scoreboard thinking, oh man, your heart would just drop seeing the kill feed as Nate gets taken out there. No damage at all, nothing gained from that except maybe they know that's where they're coming from. That's pretty much it. So yeah, you're right, they're gonna have to make some pretty good things happen here, because Bizarre have a while to plan out this 5v4 push. There's no Nate on that roam. They do have to worry about Lime Cordial and Vigil, but they've cleaned up half the roam already. So they are perfectly primed here to take this round.
I mean, we just saw as well, the moment we go into that overhead view, we always see at least one drone from Bizarre continuously gathering that information, continuously calling out the position of any of the defenders. And this is what has been mainly separating the whole play here for themselves. As, yeah, it's just been absolute just roll there for Bance. They were just
Has been located.
completely unable to really get any openings for themselves, and those drones were barely even helping them in the previous times. But yeah, there it is. There's the breach from below. Pluto taking quite a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, he took a big chunk. I think it's time for Lime Cordial to join the party soon, as well as we're hitting the final minute. The last Habana charges should be going out right now as some holes in the wall are popping up. But oh boy, maybe the wrong hole as Ghoul gets taken out by that one. Maybe Vance is going to be able to find a way to do this one. They have run the clock down a little bit. Oh no, they found Lime Cordial. They've stopped the robe. It's all up to the anchors now, Cthulhu. It's all up to Artie, Papa, and Pluto. And not all of them are very healthy looking, especially when you compare them to the full health of Bizarre. However, BB
Attackers have dropped the bomb
and
diffuser.
President as well have both fallen. And Vance are finding a way to do it, but Pluto is brought back up by Artie, so they still have the 3v2. AFX has taken a ton of damage, but Pluto has
Attackers
fallen
recovered
because
the
of it.
diffuser.
They might be able to find it, but Twent going for the
15
plant.
seconds to
AFX
go.
has got no health, but he still finds a kill. Twent, the plant was
10
cancelled.
seconds to go.
It's 9 seconds left. It's still just Artie right now. He could fake the time, but he goes for the peek, and he gets it. Vance, they're still here, and they pick up a round.
Yeah, the beginning for Bance for potentially getting that big dub, for potentially finally being able to really win it out for themselves, to maybe start that comeback story, that comeback rather fairy tale at this point, as it is going to be quite a feat to really pull off here for themselves after what seemed to have seen their whole morale completely stomped. This is where they need to make that push. They are now the ones that are going to be on offense. They're the ones that are going to get to dictate the pace here.
So we're gonna have Frost come out here for Bizarre, which is always a bit of an eyebrow raiser.
Yeah.
Pops up. There's big traps, very easy to see. So I wonder
Defenders,
if
protect
maybe
your
there's a little
bombs from being
psychological
defused by
aspect
attackers.
going on. Like, always feels horrible to die to one of those traps when you bolt through a window and you didn't look. And, you know, this definitely did not happen to me earlier today. I'm not salty about it. That's definitely not the case. But, yeah, President coming out with the Frost is certainly interesting. It's going to be trying to block off the windows. But other than that, yeah, I mean, look, there's still plenty of other familiar styles to Bazaar. They've still got the Tentacles on the Wamai. Still got BB on the Jaeger on the Roams. So still plenty of the good old Bazaar that we know and love on defense. So even though President's on the Frost,
Attackers
maybe you
objective
can
is
find
to
something
locate
with
a
it,
bomb
and
defuse it.
we still have the tried and true Bazaar to back it up.
Yeah, Vance, yeah, they were able to prove us some real good, to prove us that they are very good on an attack on a fair few occasions. Their lineup, with bringing in the Dokubi, has been definitely making quite a few headlines and a few really interesting rounds happen. So here, I wouldn't be surprised if we're all of a sudden going to be seeing some great performance from Nate, albeit it was Papa that was on the Dokubi before. So maybe a slight change of scenery, but oh, that is an IQ. Oh, he does not know. He doesn't know that is a phone. He needs to aim just a little bit off, but no, he will be missing that opportunity. But nonetheless, that clear out from below could be absolutely huge if he's able to get the frag from below.
So close. Could have changed a lot, but oh well. Oh, President. This little loop around could be fun.
Nate is actually the one to find the shot though onto Ghoul out of all the players, and that is a huge beginning. With President's position now being completely exposed, this is going to be a very odd position to play off.
Oh man. Oh no, Papa!
There it is!
Happened. I talked it up and everything.
There it is.
Oh no, now everyone got to see it too. Oh well, maybe someone can go back and get him up, but that's going to be a whole lot of time wasted. He's going to be dropping straight away to anything else. First gas grenade does come out though, so that's kind of nice. If you're banned, so you can run that down a little bit. You still have a bit of time. They have brought Papa back up, but they might be walking into AFX if they're not careful. So all a little bit of fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, bit of a giggle probably from President as finally that double frost mat setup has worked out. But oh man, yeah, that would have been a bit of a tilter for Papa, but at least he's been picked back up. His EMP grenades are still going to be able to deal all the needed damage to the electronics utility, and well, just as I say that, it's Twin that will be dealing the real damage. Papa returning some fire as well onto AFX. That is huge here. Bizarre now starting to slightly fall apart. 2v3 up to President and BB, but out of all the players, those two are the ones that you would want to see in a clutch situation.
Yeah, and pretty scary guns as well here. You don't see this one a whole lot here for President, and he makes it work wonders. It's him and BB pick up a killer piece, but now it's just BB here against Lime Cordial, who does not have a lot of time to make a plant, so he's gonna have to go for it now. But hey, he decides to keep going for it, and well, Bizarre, they come in and they protected the bombs.
Managing to run down the time to the complete halt and that full-on zero. That was a very good showcase by Bazaar, albeit a little bit shaky to a certain degree, but nonetheless, still a win is a win. A match point for that squad, and now this is going to be definitely looking quite scary for Bance. No more room for mistakes. Once again, seeing themselves at that kind of position, it is definitely quite a tilter, given that we saw so many times that Bance got so close, especially during Coastline, to get themselves at least one more point, but this is a complete different situation. A 6-1 scoreline, certainly looking like we just might be seeing very prompt 7-1 maybe.
Yeah, a lot of teams when they get to this point just feel defeated. It feels almost impossible to come back, so it takes some real mental fortitude to swing their way back from this one. We've seen some pretty big comebacks in the past, but they are rare. So Vance, well, they might be able to pick up a few rounds for a bit of honor, but surely Bazaar will pick up one of the next. What is it? What have we got left? Like 5 rounds for Vance to win in a row.
10 seconds
That
left
is,
before insertion.
yeah. It's going to be pretty crazy for them. Vance is going to have it really cut out for them. But hey, maybe they can find it. But the last round was pretty close.
Locate and defuse
Before
the
that, they
bomb.
won. So in theory, this could have been the second one in a row for Vance. But hey, maybe they're going to be able to really just edge it out now. Maybe it'll be in their favor here after a close round.
Yeah, maybe. Round was definitely close. It does certainly show that Vance are still ready to frag out, but
Bomb has been located.
maybe it's not their issue. It's maybe just the fact that it's just Bazaar being just extra powerful on some of the plays. Lime Cordial is actually very swift on getting rid of those ADSs and the mute charges, so that's already a good sign. And Vance might be looking at a pretty quick, pretty aggressive round maybe from themselves, and which could actually set just the right pace for their potential attempt at yet another comeback.
Oh, ballsy by Ghoul to go back in there. Pays for it with a big chunk of health though. So now he's very, very injured. And Nate gets to push up right now. So this is already a very quick, very effective push coming out from Vance. They just need to make sure they don't drop the ball here. Lime Cordial's lost a ton of health though. That is dangerous for sure, but these breaches are starting to come out here. Bazaar are going to be feeling a little bit exposed soon. Gonna have to be pretty worried here. Coming into it, Vance are setting up for this one pretty well here. Just gonna make sure Lime Cordial doesn't get caught off guard. But man, a lot of these X-Kairos are going off. We're gonna be getting a lot of openings here. The peek from BB. He has to do it twice, but it was so nice that he got the kill. And so, does manage to pick that one up. And that should slow down Vance a ton.
There is, yeah, that sure has definitely slowed down the overall pace, albeit Artie, he's not slowed down. He's going to be granting himself a double kill. Very nice, and that is on President and BB, the two clutch masters of Bazaar. Does put them into a 3v4 just like that, and it is a huge advantage here. With 55 seconds left to go, there's still plenty of room to go in for the play. Some pixel peaks are being traded out, and a gas grenade will be thrown in. Twin just toying with fire right now in the smoke grenade, trying to get something to go, but right now, it's just going to be caught off amidst all of the chaos. Another C4 to be thrown in. The diffuser has been planted. It is all falling apart here. FX is the last man standing. Will be able to find a shot. But right now, in a 1v3 situation, 30 seconds remaining, will have to pace himself very, very well. Otherwise, he will be looking at his own demise. He knows that there's some presence up in the main stairs. He knows that there might be a grenade to be thrown in, or maybe a smoke grenade to slow things down. But that Claymore is also going to be preventing him from any further advancements. 12 seconds left to go. He's forced to really get on the diffuser, and well, will be shut down very quickly by Bance. Yet another point for them. 2 points already, and Bance are looking like they just might kickstart their comeback once again.
Yeah, tried to bluff the bait there. Just went for it straight away. Really kind of the only play you could make by that amount of time left. I mean, maybe you could go up for a swing and try to get 2 people as they came in, but yeah, I mean, pretty hard call there when that is all that's left. So again, shout out to Bance here for bringing it back. This is a very tight situation for them, so it's very hard for them to still keep their head in the game here with such a huge amount of pressure on them. Any single round could be just complete end of the series. So they're sticking into this one and not dropping to clutches anymore, I'm noticing, which is quite nice. They're not letting situations like that last one there where, you know, there was the potential for a clutch. They don't let things like that slip away or even get close.
Defenders,
So
protect your bombs
that's
from
quite
being
nice
defused
for
by
Vance.
attackers.
But they still have to keep it up another 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row is still a very tall order there for them, so quite a fair bit to be done by the team, but we'll have to see how it'll roll out. Well, it is going to be still the AVG attempt at push, because it did get fairly close for Bazaar to be able to defend it, so maybe if they will be able to restructure themselves a little bit more or pace themselves a little bit differently, might be able to pick up a dub. But what they not expecting, I think they're not expecting, is that
Attackers
BB
detected.
by
Locate bomb
Nate
and defuse
with the MK17.
Yeah, we got Nate popping down over onto the Blackbeard. It's going to be all tons of fun, kind of a similar way to what we saw BB doing, where you just want to start winning the big fights and just have a big old shield in the way. But here we have, on the flip side, of course, BB. He's going to be the Roman Jaeger. He's super far away right now. But we've had some pretty good shutdowns of Roams from Bance so
Bomb
far,
located by
so
attackers.
who knows how effective it's going to be. They may be able to catch him out. It's going to be Nate on the stairs here. Always love to have that face shield when you're peeking up the stairs. It's invaluable, as it's entirely your face peeking up, and there it is, showing its value right now, as Nate finds Cool. Definitely the player you want to be finding.
Yeah, taking out Ghoul early on is a good one for two reasons. One, you're taking out one of the rather bigger fraggers for Bazaar, as well as that's utility. Quite a whole lot of it as well gone. Another peek to come out by Nate to try to find the shot, but to no avail. Albeit, at the very least, that's the full control of the 90 hallway completely taken.
Yeah, and now Nate can just completely hold down this one angle, completely shutting down one of the defenders here. Every time he goes for a peek, you're not going to win against the Blackbeard. It's so scary. He does give away his angle, though, as he fires in, hoping to catch someone. President has a pretty interesting line as well. Definitely has to be very careful. He's quite exposed. Just have that one reinforced wall to back up to. But now at minute 20, I mean, this is still a lot of time advance to work with. The breaches, we're still yet to see them come out from Pluto, but Harper should still have a lot of EMPs left to open up the doors. But BB is probably going to be the main story here. Can he get the roam done? Twent, though, not to be outdone. Going to be killing drones and killing players. As he's still looking for the final kills. These roams are now starting to come out. BB inching forward. He might be able to find Papa if he goes around the corner a little more. Getting rid of any more EMPs that are left would be excellent.
Yeah, right now his flank is going to be the most costly here if Bance won't be able to shut it down, and he should be able to deal just about the most amount of damage. That push from the main stairs by Ash is going to be a huge thing that would need to be dealt with pretty quickly. Twent already having the crossfire set up, will be finding a shot, but already does manage to shut down BB. That's the full control of the Aviator now, and well, AFX does able to pick up another one. That is all down to him. He's barely on a slither of health, and Bance are able to pick up another one for themselves. That's around 9, and just third round for them and the third point.
They're still making it work somehow, so never count them out right now. I don't know if maybe some of the Bance fans in chat did start sending them their energy, because it looks like it really is working for now. I mean, these rounds are getting less close, as Bance is certainly pulling them out a lot more effectively. You've got Nate just getting great entry frags on this Blackbeard. It's going to continue as he picks it up yet again, unless it gets 6 picked away, but I can't imagine that's going to happen, as it's been so good. They're going to be heading upstairs to Trophy and Stationary again, and we've seen how good Blackbeard is on those stairs. Ah, never mind.
Yeah, never mind indeed, Nate. After toying a little bit with the BB, we'll be promptly deciding to, yep, nah, I might just hold off on that idea. As we will be switching back over to Sledge, but I reckon Sledge is actually gonna make even more impact here for Bance rather than even bringing a BB, because while BB was able to lock down a few angles, ultimately he wasn't able to get a whole lot of frags there. So the L86 with the frag grenades as well to top it all off, plus some soft breaching and plenty of it, by the way. I'm all for it, honestly. That double frost mat setup, though, now that is what I'm gonna be very interested to see, whether it's gonna come through or not.
Loading mag.
He is active in this sector.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Reservoir going up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just having a bit of an issue there with the
Target's ready. Let them come.
setup, as Discord deciding to have a bit of an issue there, but we are back, I believe. Yeah, Bance going in for the full-on push there to take control of the dining to kick things off there for themselves.
Yeah, and now that
Magnus
we're all
movement.
back here and ready to go,
You can worry.
it's a similar story here. Oh man, does he see the toe of the boot? No, he doesn't. He doesn't see it.
It won't be
Bomb
just
located by
enough
attackers.
there. Albeit, Bance will be finally deciding to start applying pressure as well as, well, from dining as well as from the bedroom as well. But Twint is all prepped and ready. He's got the vertical play. That is Lime Cordial. That is the most important player out of all of them to go for some disruption.
Yeah, and it has been a risk they've been doing each round where they've got Lime Cordial downstairs, and this time Bizarre read it. They sent Twent down there with the eye to pick him off. Now super annoying. Like you said, very important. They don't have the IQ for the detection anymore. Now they've lost Artie as well, thanks to President. So the Ash now off the board, the very powerful fragger, which they're gonna need here. So, like we were saying, it only takes one round for Bance to be dropping here and letting Bizarre pick it up on match point. It's not done just yet, but this is the first time we've had Bizarre have a lead for a while. So, see if they can clean it out here at the end here. Bance are gonna try and make it work here. Gonna try and move up the stairs. There's quite a lot of holes in here for them to shoot through. So. They also have to watch out for them being shot back through those holes.
Oh boy.
Cool was watching it the whole time.
Deploying my team.
Yeah, this is looking like it's just about to be all over Red Rover here. 4 bats as yet another one falls to the hands of Ghoul, and this is just a big one. This is a triple kill there and a flawless round for Bizarre to slow things down, to completely crush any more attempts from Banton. Well, that is a GG, a well played from Bizarre, as they will be claiming the 2-0 overall victory and the 3 points to propel themselves for a little bit up on the second place.
Definitely a little worrying there maybe at times for Bizarre. They came in today expecting to get a 2-0, I imagine, even if maybe they might say different on the interview. It's definitely should have been what they were looking to get today, and I imagine they'll be stoked now to have gotten it. Bance, unfortunately, I mean, it's sad because they did come so close, and I think that could have been in a very different Villa if they picked up map number 1, if they picked up Coastline when it went to overtime. But alas, it was Bizarre who picked it up, and Bizarre took that momentum and just rolled it all the way down the hill as they go onto Villa. It got a little shaky in the first few rounds of the second half there, but I mean, they only needed one win in the end there to pick it up. So yeah, congrats to them for snagging that 2-0. They're now currently second place on the leaderboard, although that's likely to change as our match coming up later is going to be PC419 versus Bitter Hems, with PC419 kind of being the favorites there, expected to get the 2-0, a little more likely than we were expecting the Bizarre 2-0, by the way. So PC419 would be likely to overtake Bizarre right now.
But
So
hey,
they will likely lose their second
yeah.
place spot. But hey, I mean, we've got some interviews coming up, right,
Yeah,
Cthulhu?
we sure are. Actually, first person is going to be Artie to come out from Bance Gaming. Artie.
Hello.
Hi. First of all, a bit of a unfortunate loss there for you and the team, man. But what a map one, like what a performance from you guys, honestly.
Yeah, I'm a bit shook myself because I definitely didn't expect to go or like in a winning position 6-5. I think obviously we threw a little bit, but they were definitely the better team tonight, and we still have a lot to work on.
Yeah, when you guys were back on map 1, what was kind of the moment where you were thinking, guys, we're actually going to be able to do this? We could maybe even pick up a 2-0 if we get map number 1.
I think it was when we were 6-5. Like, everyone was really hyped, and we thought we could take it, but unfortunately, it was unfortunate. And BB pretty much won that round, I think.
Yep, that
So,
4K.
That was very well played from him as well.
Oh,
Yeah, I just want to really quickly touch on that as well. Like, when you moved into map number 2 from that, how much did the fact that you guys were super close to picking up Coastline, did that affect you going into Villa?
I think it definitely did, even if it's by a little bit. But we tried our best to maintain like a good mentality, and we were just reminding ourselves to not play different. Some of us still played a bit too aggro, in my opinion, and ultimately we couldn't win. But still, it was a good performance, and I think it was good enough results for us.
Run us through actually as to what happened with Villa, because after having such a close matchup, you guys seem to have managed to kind of start getting back on your feet in the second half. But what was kind of happening in your camp during the first half? Albeit I don't really want to rub in the salt on the wound on that one.
First half, initially we tried to do some just holds, like more aggro holds, but it just didn't work out in the end. And once we were down by 3 or 4 rounds, I think it was just, especially after that clutch by President, I think we were all just a little bit unhappy. And then when we got moved to attack, we just try to bring our mentality up. And at the end, we were just playing what we were comfortable with, and that's how we managed to pick up a few rounds before we finally lost.
Yeah. Okay, final question from me on this one. So, after tonight, you guys have, I believe, Ferox and Shadownet to play against for the final two play days for yourselves. Any kind of thoughts as to what are the expectations for those two matchups for you guys?
Hopefully, we'll be able to 2-0 Shadownet, if not, at least take a map off them. And with Ferox, I think what's expected is that we'll be 2-0'd by them. But hopefully, we'll practice and work harder, and then we'll be able to maybe take a map off Ferox as well.
All right, that's a promising. I mean, after tonight's performance, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys will be able to take off the map of Ferox, because you guys, massive kudos to you, honestly.
Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, that's once again, also best of luck with the preps for the upcoming matchups, and yeah, hopefully we'll get to see you guys shine once again.
Yeah, thank you for the cast as well, and GG well played to Bazaar.
GG well played indeed. Well, that has been Artie. Smite. Any kind of
I mean, I just, very humble guy to have on the show. Very nice to get his thoughts. Very introspective. I like it coming out from the team, is that they look at themselves and say what was wrong. I mean, he didn't hesitate at all when he started talking about what was happening, and that, some people were maybe getting a little too aggressive in his opinion. Had a very good idea of what went wrong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see bands bounce back from this sort of thing. And it's kind of surprising to say bounce back, because they did have a really good performance today. It was something that exceeded expectations for sure, certainly on Coastline. So you can't really blame them too much once we did hit Villa. I mean, that's a crushing loss to have, especially as it got kind of compounded, like you said, with President's clutch. So it was certainly a hard match tonight. So to come on and straight away be very aware of what was going on, very, very clever. But hey, let's welcome Ghoul here.
I still believe we're just waiting for Ghoul to come join us.
It's doing the calling icon, but there he is. That's the picking up icon.
Fellas, how are we tonight, gentlemen?
Yeah, pretty hyped, especially after a fair few rounds that we witnessed both on map 1 and 2. But Ghoul, first of all, congrats on the 2-0, on the 3 points for you boys, as you guys got propelled up to the second place, I believe, right now. And kind of walk us through what happened with map number 1, because you guys seem to have been either sleeping on a few rounds, or was it just something that you did not expect from bands to really be brought out?
We knew coming into that game we needed to be super disciplined with our flank watch. First couple of rounds of Coast, we were pretty happy with it. Once we got to our attack, it's just simple. We sort of slept on it. I gave the rundown to the team just before OT. Like, if we're taking this back, we need to be disciplined. We need to be checking those flanks. We need to make sure we're actually doing this, because if we don't, we're not winning this map. And then we ended up getting those 3 rounds that won us the game. But honestly, we just slept. Bants played extremely well on their coastline as they were getting those rounds on us. Like, I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, it looks like we were sort of in control, but 8-6 is still just not something we're proud of, especially on a map like Coastline, which we think is one of the maps we're good at.
Yeah.
We just slept on it. Need to be more disciplined. And then coming into Villa as well, we changed that, 5 attack rounds in a row, just because we're our attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so actually let's talk about that because you guys went to Villa. Obviously things kicked off really hard. Was that just the momentum coming in from map number 1 where you guys got it in overtime?
I think momentum had a big part to play in it. I mean, especially not so much for us, but more for Bance. You know, they're not as experienced as most of the players in our team, so they're not used to being at such like in situations where they're down first map or they've just lost OT. Because to be completely honest, we sort of stole map 1 from them. They definitely could have closed that out, and I feel like coming into map 2, they just didn't feel good. And we really just played into that, just like making sure every single attack round we did, we were disciplined. We were doing everything that we need to do. We're making sure watching our flanks, checking those drones. And I honestly just think rather than us playing super good on Villa, I think the Bants boys just were heartbroken over that last map.
So actually let me flip that one on you then. If you guys had lost Coastline in overtime, do you think that would have affected you guys going into Villa as much as it did Bance?
Not necessarily. I think everyone in the team knows what it's like to lose first map, to have it ripped away. I mean, especially last week against Exto. Villa, we were kicking ourselves after that game, but we know how to reset. We know how to come into it. There's a lot of we have years of experience under our belt, every single player, so we know how to get stuff done.
Okay. One more question for me. That I believe that was around number 2, and actually 2 and 3 when President was able to clutch up. First on actually on both times it was AVG. What were the comms looking like?
Oh, they were incredible. To be honest, after so Prez's missus is watching right now, so we needed to put on a show for her.
Oh
so, we're proud of him for that. But the comms, absolutely hype. I think someone may have clipped it. You might see it on Twitter sometime soon.
Okay, we'll need to keep an eye out on Twitter then, because that was a prime time gamer moment there.
Absolutely. I was ready to kiss him.
Someone better have kissed him after that.
Oh, mate, he's getting one after this. Don't worry.
That's good to hear for my friends. But yeah, once again, congrats to you and the team for the win. You guys still have quite a few matches to be played out. I believe one of them is going to be PC419. So still, you're not out of this kind of fully yet. But any kind of final thoughts for some of the upcoming matchups?
PC is going to be a hard one for sure. I think we're going to get the better of them, though. We're confident going into it. Just need to make sure the prep's good and make sure we show up on the day that we are confident, because those guys, that's what they feed off. If there's any bit of doubt, they'll rip you apart.
Okay. Well, looking forward to your performance, guys. As best of luck with the prep and best of luck with the future matches.
Yep. Cheers, mate. Best of luck to you boys in the next cast. And don't forget LLT.
Never forget. Man, I am looking forward to that Twitter clip. I mean, I said it right after it happened, but I'd want to hear those comments because that has to be probably one of the nuttier moments I've seen so far. Definitely this season. That was just real fun. But there it is. I mean, man, you could just hear the excitement in his voice. I mean, I know they kind of expected to get the 2-0, but definitely a bit of relief and excitement.
Yeah, they definitely. Yeah, for Bizarre Boys, they are on full hype wave right now. They were able to really bring the heat for themselves. They were able to really make it work and just get the ball rolling for themselves. And with the morale, that was another thing that they mentioned, that they were able to really kind of get themselves back into just the right mindset there, which could have been quite a scary thought, gotta say, because the moment you kind of lose that mental fortitude, the moment you lose that the ability to kind of think straight, I suppose, now this is where you could be having a few issues there. But yeah, thankfully for the boys, they were able to really make the play here. But for now, for the second matchup, let's quickly also touch up on that, as we're just about almost ready actually for that to happen. It is going to be PC419 versus Bitter Hams.
Yeah, so this one on paper is going to be a little more one-sided than what we saw just now in Bizarre versus Bance. All things considered, it should just be PC419 coming and picking up a 2-0 against Bitter Hems, who, by the way, previously Blessed Esports. They've had a name change, so this is going to be a big test, I guess, for them to see if they can do anything at the moment to PC419, because I mean I don't want to be mean or anything, but it definitely feels like this is a huge David and Goliath match. It really feels like it's going to be PC419's game to lose.
Yeah, this is definitely even Ghoul mentioned that the moment PC419 are gonna smell that the lack of confidence, this is where PC419 are just gonna rip the opposition apart. And for Bitter Hams, I mean, they had a few very questionable performances here and there, and I do believe we're actually going to be seeing a few new names as well be played out under this roster. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, to say at the very least.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there was some sort of organizational things going on over there for Bitter Hems. They've flipped a whole lot of things around here. We do get at least a few familiar names because we've got Hamio sticking around here.
And
He's
Ryan.
going to be jumping in as well. So yeah, I mean, look, Bitter Hems. I mean, look, all the best of luck to you guys here today for map number 1. But I mean, PC419, look, they're going to get their clean sweep 9. They're going to come in here, clean up the room, and ideally for them, just get the quick 2-0. These guys are a roster similar to Bazaar, that they've been around for a while. They're quite experienced. It's like I said before, it's their game to lose.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be seeing if it is going to be their game to lose after a short break, as we are just finalizing all of the players into the lobby, and we will be returning with some more action in just a short few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far away.
And here we go. We told you it was going to be a short break, and we were not lying, because now we're kicking things right off in Bitter Hems versus a PC419, the uphill battle for the boys in blue here on Villa.
Oh yeah, we are going to be returning on Villa after a short break, after what we just witnessed, a nearly a full-on stomp by Bazaar, but Bants were able to really bounce back there on a few rounds, but ultimately weren't able to score the points for themselves. But yeah, this is a whole new matchup. Bitter Hems, ex-Blessed Esports, with a few new names. We'll be versing the Giants, that is PC419, and in their last matchup, PC419 were able to really unleash almost their full potential there, I reckon.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to continue here on tonight's match. All things considered, though, in the previous match, I talked a bit of smack about Bance's chances, and they certainly brought him very close on map 1. So, I mean, maybe if the same thing happens here, Bitter Hems are going to prove me wrong very much indeed. But, I mean, I'm definitely feeling a little more confident in what I've been saying about this matchup here. I mean, you look at it on the leaderboard, Bitter Hems are at the bottom, right in there next to ShadowNet. You've got PC419 a whole lot further up. They're not quite there at the top, but they're certainly further up. So it's, I mean, possible for sure for Bitter Hems to come in here and beat them, but I mean, this is just it's a debut for some of these players.
Yeah, we have a few new names. We got Crix, we got JVT, we got Nani. Brian is still here, Hamio is still there, so at the very least the two old dogs are there to kind of lead the new blood into the battle, I suppose.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Bit of a test again, fortunately on the side of Smite, but I think we managed to turn him back into human.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, okay,
getting better.
Okay, we are able to take to slowly take back the control over the body, over the transformations.
Yeah, it turns out it's the classic turn it off and on again.
10 seconds.
I just rejoined the Discord. That's enough to make it work. But
Okay.
hey,
5 seconds
look,
to go.
it works. It's good enough for me. But here we are. Like I was saying before I turned all robot, we're
Attackers are
back on
moving out to
Villa
locate a bomb and
for
defuse
PC419 to kick things off here on defense. And you know, oh my god, smoke is super loud there. He's very, very enthusiastic about whatever that voice line was. But yeah, so back to what I was saying. PC419 here. Yeah, let's kick it off here on round 1 on defense. And well, Hamio, the familiar face, he kicks it off strong.
Yeah, he kicks off indeed. It kicks off Tesla's life out of his body as well. That is a huge one. That is presence from below and some vertical play completely destroyed. So yeah, I mean, Hamio throughout the whole of the lifespan that was Blessed Esports was able to really kind of bring in the heat and being able to really shut things down. But as the Ash was rushing in there, JVT will be shut down pretty swiftly by Pun, who was able to prove that he's a god on the TCSG.
Yeah, he's just hanging out there, waiting for it to happen. Pays off entirely. Bit of Hems, though, are getting a pretty strong position here over on the north side. You've also got Nani over here, over on the east. So they're getting a good surround, or at least over on one corner of the site. So maybe they can make something work with it, although they're going to have to do it without the Ash. Ryan is going to have to get a pretty good, big ol' freaking hole in the wall here to...
Big ol' heckin' hole.
Big ol' very, very big hole. And there's a pretty good spot for him. Hamio, though, has dropped quite low here, and he hasn't found anything for it. Although Noob has found Crix, so looks like PC419 is stabilizing, and in fact even taking a bit of a lead.
That's quite a lead as well. Hamio was taken very low, but Ryan is able also to frag out there, so that is a solid start as well for bit of Hams. A little bit of that damage traded out between the two teams, and Pun is actually still continuing to jiggle around his utilities. Some damage is also being dished out, but TCSG is just too powerful. The slugs will be hitting Nani's face even harder, and now both of the Bit of Hams players are now fairly low on health, so a single bit of pre-fire is just gonna deal all that needed damage.
Yeah, the numbers might be even, but those health bars are certainly not. I mean, the intel as well, the PC419, they still have the Maestro cams, they can still find out where exactly Bit of Hems are. It's pretty dangerous for them to make their way in. Punishing Nani, he's out of here right now. But they've got to rush. They have to start making their way in. They've got one kill now with Ryan, finding Vlad. Maybe they can get it here. He found a pretty excellent kill. It's got to be Ryan doing most of the work, but Pun shuts him down, and they continue it on. Hamio might find Noob, but he doesn't have any more teammates after he falls.
Pun is just playing on a whole new level, able to complete 180 and get that tap straight into the dome piece of Buck. That is absolutely a banger of a way to start things off here for PC419, and a very explosive round for Bit of Hams as well to kind of set the initial pace, maybe set a bit of a statement there against their opponents. So who knows, maybe we might be seeing yet another close matchup here between PC419 and Bit of Hams, and maybe that slight roster change is going to see the roster to be revitalized here.
But here's where we should not get ahead of ourselves, Cthulhu. That round started off with Hamio finding a great entry frag. So sure, if you can do that again, then maybe those rounds will look nice and close. But coming into round 2, I feel like PC419 won't get caught with their pants down on the opening, and this time we'll have a 5v5. And depending on what this looks like, we'll have a good idea of what these next rounds are going to be, and whether Bit of Hems really has a shot. Because they still lost the round after getting that entry frag with Hamio.
Yeah, the entry frag by Hamio was, it was a good way to kind of kick things off, but yeah, it seemed that the Bit of Hems were, the remainder roster wasn't really prepared for some of that pace that their teammate was setting there for the team, but hey, maybe it's just a few jitters here. I mean, Bizarre's, if not for Bizarre's performance on Coastline, I mean, is there anything else that's gonna prove that there's maybe some teams that are not warmed up before some of the games?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Some of these teams have certainly warmed up after the first few rounds. I mean, how many times have we seen ShadowNet win 3 rounds in a row and then have that taken away from them, right? So it certainly sometimes takes them a little bit of time to get ready for these matches, but I'm not sure if that's the case here. I feel like PC419 are just going to continue their role, but let's give Bit of Hems a chance for sure to come in here. I mean, Hamio might get those good openings every single time. He's a great player, so it's definitely possible.
Yeah, he's definitely a very stable player, so he will be a great addition, I reckon, to a whole bunch of rosters, really. So if a bit of Ham's roster will end up disbanding further down the line, I mean, he will be, yeah, a very great, even solo player for one of the teams as just kind of a fragger slash entry fragger. But for now, rosters are still all there. They're all locked in. We're all fine and we're all ready. And JVT, after having a bit of a slip up on the play with the Ash, will be trying to get to run some disruption from below. But it seems that the breach has already been done, and well, that is a solid beginning. Krex might actually be able to find a shot, and that is wait, Pun.
Oh, what?
Pun was downed, but wasn't finished off, and Noob, as well as I believe that was Vlad, were able to pick up a kill. Ryan finally is able to get rid of Sajin. But right now, Pun is down. He needs to be picked up very quickly before Hamio makes his way up on the stairs.
Yeah, although Hamio, with that shot, should have given himself away. Does Tesla find the C4? No, he does not. Pun's still bleeding out on the floor, and well, he's going to be bleeding a whole lot more. Oh my god, bit of Hems! What happened there? They just killed everyone in a few seconds.
Yeah, that was a full-on snowball effect by Bit of Hams. We're able to really bring in the heat, and I gotta say that probably one of the main things that kicked things off there was Krix's pick, being able to weaken that Astro defense to the point where there's nobody going to be able to really watch that breach per se from that Astro doorway, and forcing the Mute to keep an eye out on 2, if not 3 different angles already put quite a strain on him. And this is where Bit of Hams were able to really start applying some quality amount of pressure onto PC419.
It was on a razor thin wire though. I mean, you saw 2 members of Bit of Hems died super early on. We had the 5v3 ready to go. It could have been swung back. I mean, of course, Pun was out on the floor. But, I mean, look, for Bit of Hems to come back and win that one, that is a great little round to win there. Should definitely feel really good for them. They executed the final moments there, I mean, spectacularly. Getting all those kills in a second. So, I mean, I'm actually looking forward to some of these kind of last 30-second pushes for Bit of Hems. Kind of similar to how Bizarre was executing them really well several rounds in a row. I want to see what Bit of Hems can do, because that last execute was quite nice. I want to see if they can do it on the site, on a push.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
Yeah, they were able to really kind of keep up the momentum, keep up the pace, rather. Maybe it seems that it's just that new blood, kind of new experiences, is able to really kind of make things work there for themselves. Because, yeah, the moment it seems that they were told, yep, start pushing, go, 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 this is where they kind of went in for the peak and got the play really going for themselves.
Yeah, PC4 and I caught out a little bit on that one, so here they have another opportunity to do it again. Still holding a lot of the usual spots here. No one going for anything too majorly cheeky, no major roams. At least too far out of the way. Even Tesla on Pulse is hanging back right on the site, so yeah, Bit of Hems are going to have to deal with most of PC419 in the same specs.
Yeah, well, yeah, PC419 might be now a little bit more knowledgeable about how our Bit of Hems might be approaching, and this is, if they are able to read it into the general pace, this is where PC419 could really showcase their prowess, their ability to be kind of one of those, one of the scarier teams. But for now, let's take it easy. Let's try to play it by ear. Krix is the one that is going to be trying to attempt to push the bathroom, while it is a Vlad that is in the pantry just waiting for just the right moment. He's on the prowl. He has the element of surprise. Unless he gets droned out, there is no way that the opposing team will know that he's there.
He almost got droned out. It almost went around the corner, but they didn't see him. So he should stay undiscovered here. Hamio, maybe they did see him, because Hamio's coming for the peak. Yeah, it looks like the drone did see him. And so Hamio will award himself that kill. Krix as well. Unfortunately, he gets traded out, but I mean, that kill onto Vlad, nice and easy, shutting that roam down.
Yeah, getting rid of Vlad is a huge thing here against PC419, because they usually use those roamers to kind of gauge where does the rest of the roster need to really apply pressure? Oh, Pun will be falling down to a fantastic peek from Namni. That make it a double, nearly a triple, but oh, Hamia was the one to finish things off. Bitter Hems now bringing in the heat, and now taking control of this scoreboard as well.
You know, I don't think I'm ever gonna call a match on paper again. Because it feels like it just can't be trusted sometimes, especially now. I guess we could say that there's a few unknowns coming into it, because at least in those rounds, Namni was incredible, picking up so many of those frags, really bringing a lot of value to the team, so I can see why he's picked up. Crix as well, doing his job too. They're really all around, just a great kind of hive mind unit coming out from Bitter Hems. These guys look like a team that has been playing together for a while, but it's, you know, a new set of members
Defenders,
joining
protect your bombs
Cameo and
from being
Ryan,
defused
so
by attackers.
it's crazy that they're making this work so far.
Yeah, it's quite amusing seeing a refreshed roster being able to really kind of show one of the what is considered one of the rather higher tier teams and give them a run for their money. Really, it's just, yeah, it's a whole new show. Really, it almost seems, because let's be real. I mean, Hamio and Ryan are the only two members from the previous BLS roster, as I believe Space Prism took a bench. So yeah, this is quite a impressive performance so far for what seems to be a debut for the refresh before it changed the roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early rounds, so we've only been through 3 of them for now. Maybe things do change up. Maybe PC419 get warmed up. So we do have to hold our breath for a little bit here, but it's been good so far. I've liked what I've seen, certainly, for sure. But let's continue it here. Yet another round here. We've got Crix back on the Jackal, just such a good operator at dealing with these roamers, finding out where they are, if you get the right footsteps. Very, very nice. So here we go again on that entry. Kind of spread out here, as you can see, a lot of Bitter Hems taking these rooms almost on their own each. So going to cover quite a lot of ground here, but it's kind of dangerous when you've got someone like Tesla roaming around downstairs.
Tesla proved, yeah, to be a very dangerous roamer. He was able to get a fair few real nice flanks. Vlad, after a bit of a whiff from the previous round, will be put onto the anchor duty, and so is Sagen will actually be playing right on side, even though he's playing as a Jaeger, which is usually seen as more of a roamer, or at least flexible position. JVT, meanwhile, off screen, actually takes quite a fair bit of damage, down to 1 health, but will be able to come out victorious, and nonetheless in a gunfight against Tesla. And that is the multi completely gone off board, but thankfully for PC419, it's Vlad who is able to find a trade, and actually will be falling into back into the Aviator out of all the things.
Yeah, and he takes out Hamio too, which is quite nice, but hold that thought as Ryan's shooting down the hallway. Hasn't found anything just yet, but Bitter Hems is still on a bit of a roll. If they can protect JVT, make sure he doesn't drop to any random stray shots, then they can hold on to this and pick up 1 extra frag. But oh no, they couldn't do it. Vlad will sneeze on him and take out JVT.
Yeah, JVT's streak will be pretty much slowed down. That is a lot of stuns and flashbangs coming out, as that is just sheer amount of bullying that was kind of solidified there. Crix is actually having a really nice angle right into the bar, but oh, Pun is just too good with that TCSG. So is Vlad with the older, but Pun is the one to finish off, and well, now all up to Namni. After his stellar performance in the previous round, it seems that this time things might not looking all too well. Another gas grenade, more damage to be dealt. He's now down right below the 50% health mark, and well, it's just about to be seeming to be just about to be over, really, as 13 seconds left to go. 4 kills, not a whole lot of hope to really even score the play.
Yeah, I think he knows what's going on, so he'll see if he can pick up 1. Hey, he does get 1. That'll feel kind of nice, but hey, PC419 finally bring 1 back. They draw it up, so they've finally caught themselves just a little bit here. A lot of these trades are really good. It was looking all right when JVT came in there to pick up one, but he did pay a lot of his health bar for it. So that was capitalized on a little bit later on, of course, by PC419. So certainly looking strong here for both sides, honestly. I mean, I'm seeing both sides take each round as they come. It's feeling like Coastline again, back from the first series, where it is just going to be a bit of a back and forth, even if some teams are getting occasionally 2 rounds in a row. I feel like this one could go pretty far, although I think we won't really know until we swap on the second half. If we see if both teams are going to be the same kind of caliber on the opposite side of attack and defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, the swap should definitely provide us with quite some context as to which team would be the one to prevail better. Because so far, I mean, it's, yeah, like you said, it's a bit of a closer one. PC419 being able to really, I don't know, equalize the round count for themselves as well. And anywhere further down the line, I mean, they have the ability to make the big plays, but it seems that Bitterham's continuously catching them off guard with some of the plays, a little bit maybe unpredictable, and this is exactly what is working out for what is currently considered more of a underdog team still.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of these catch-outs have been for different things, right? There's one that was just an entry frag. There was another one where they caught out Tesla or Muzzy downstairs, just in a 1v1 trade. Not even a trade, just like a fight where they won. So it's been in a few different situations where Bitterhams get a little advantage at the start. So it's nice to see that they can do more than just one thing. So let's see if they can pull it out here. As we move on to round number 5, you can see now it's Hun holding the stairs. He's going to be challenged, but as we are still not that deep into the round, it's going to be a lot of droning to get through.
Deploying drone.
A whole lot of droning needs to be done, but those mute charges are going to be a pain to deal with. Tesla, meanwhile, amidst all of the gunfights, will be able to be taken out. Same goes for Vlad, and Tesla also going down. Krix is the one to wreak some havoc, as well as Namni. This is all just falling apart. So many angles to be considered and so many angles to be held that PC419 just can't hold on to any one of them. It's yet another round for, I was about to say BLS, Bitterhams.
Man, Namni always seems to be finding himself in the right spot at the right time. He got a great peek just by simply listening out. I think, I can't remember who it was, but whoever he peeked out, I think Kayed, he heard him for a picosecond where he ran instead of walked for just a moment, and he heard it, picked it up on it, and then obviously continued on his position to pick up just some easy undetected kills. So yeah, obviously Namni wasn't the only one in that. In the background, there were a bunch of other people picking up kills. So it's all a bit of Hems, really. Working as a team, like I said before, a hive mind. And this doesn't look like a team that it was just put together in the last week.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, this is probably the most shocking part about it, that they are the roster that just was recently kind of introduced, at least to the public, but maybe away from the public eye. They were the ones that were training for quite a while and just preparing for all those upcoming matches. I mean, geez, their initial introduction was looking initially fairly promising. Take, for example, the very first week. They were able to bring in quite a few heated rounds here and there, but weren't able to really get any closure. Now, Bitterham's looking like a force to be reckoned with, that's one. And two, they just might be looking like they might be that roster to get out of the relegation round and could be maybe contesting with Vance now.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, I'd be worried if I was Vance watching this match. But I'd also be pretty happy if I was Bazaar watching, because if PC419 don't get the 2-0,
Initiate jammer.
then Bazaar hold that second place spot, at least for another night. Although I believe there's still potential if there's a draw between one of the matches tomorrow night. But we'll get to that tomorrow night.
Yeah.
For now, though, a lot of teams are interested in this being a draw.
Yeah, this is definitely what a fair few would want. This Nami is just absolutely nuts. Once again, the Ash player strikes back at it again with the filthy pre-fires and just nuts shots onto Sajan out of all the players. And that is guaranteeing, once again, Bitterham's their advantage in this matchup.
Oh man, no Sejon for this round? That's so rough for PC419. They need someone like him to come in get these good roaming kills on that Jaeger. It's just such a pain to lose. Right now, Vlad's being pushed back super far. He's all out of magnets, nothing left, and yeah, everything's exploding around him. He's got 3 members very close. In fact, 5 members. You can see them very close right now, about to push up on him. Coming out for the peak. By the way, Tesla's also been taken out, so Mute's gone off the table right now. Vlad is going to fall too, but Crix at least gets straight back. But no, it looks like Bidham's going to be turning the corner, peeking and getting in the kills. Pun the only one left, and he is running for his life, but he realizes he's got to turn around very quickly. He gets 1 kill, he gets 2 kills and stops the plant. Maybe it's happening, Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Maybe it's happening. There's still some time, so there's no rush, but I mean, Pun, if he brings us back, this is going to be a real morale booster for sure, but he's got a long path ahead to get these ones to work.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be quite a tough ask for him. The plant will be stuck, so now the timer will be actually working against him, and he will be revealing at least his intentions as to where he's generally going to be coming from. So this is going to be quite a tough one in general, because he's now going to be the one to be peeking into the gunfights. Nearly was able to tap away at one of the players' heads, but now the congestion in that sandwich area is going to be huge. There is some presence downstairs as well. It is so close, but shots are not connecting. 19 seconds left to go. He needs to go in for that play, for that peek, for that push, because the timer is just low. Only 5 seconds remaining until he's going to be at inevitable loss, but no, it's instead going to be even quicker, as Namni is the one to close it out.
Dude, Namni is just... if I was a PC419, I'd be tilted by this guy, just as a fan. Can't imagine how the players would be feeling. This guy is finding these kills in just the most annoying ways. Spawn peaks, just catching you off guard, peeking you a corner because you made a bit of noise for a split second. This is just nuts, this guy. But he's not even the only one having a good run right now. Ryan is someone we haven't really talked about, but he's actually, I believe, at least he was in the last round, the higher frags. He might still be, but Namni after that round may have overtaken him. But man, it's just feeling like Bitter Hems. Their players are having their moments, and this is just kind of in a similar way for Bance. This is certainly a game to do it in.
Yeah, this is yeah, Bitter Hems already on a 2-round streak for themselves. Sorry, on a 2-round rather advantage. It's a huge achievement right now over PC419. I mean, my goodness, this is very poorly. The whole momentum is in their favor, and I mean, now they're going to be the ones to really start defending. Well, this is going to be the big question as to, can they continue their streak here, or can they are they going to be choking out and thwarting under the pressure that PC419 will rather be bringing in to them on the attack?
Yeah, it's like I said before. This is where the real test begins. The real question being answered. Is there anything going to be changing here? Is this just Bitter Hems being maybe just really good on attack? Are they going to have something special on defense here? You can already see they're bringing fun operators like Vigil out. Ryan, I mean, he's feeling it right now. He knows he's on fire at the moment, so why not pull out something really good that can get the ball rolling like Vigil? Put him on something like that. Namni on Jaeger as well, I really like. Means he can go and pop off. If he's never caught out, then he can just single-handedly win these rounds. So PC419, they've got so much to worry about right now.
Yeah, Namni is that classic case of the Ash Jaeger main that is just the absolute definition of the physical embodiment of that aggression that a whole lot of players seem to be striving for in Siege, and he's able to nail down all of those shots. Like, he was able to absolutely jiggle the ever-living essence of PC419, and even Ryan is able to do that, shutting down Noob. That is the Zofia off board. So much breaching utility and the scouting utility completely gone, but thankfully for PC419, Ryan will be going down. Another peak. Sagen is the one to make now the big brain Ash plays. Yeah, and Ryan and Amni are just, yeah, those are going to be the two main rivals, as Amni actually did fail as well. So now it's Tesla that will be able to find the cutoff for JVT, and all down to Crix and Hamio now.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, and Hamio as well has been having an excellent round, so he's certainly clutch potential too, but PC4 and I have got such a strong hold right now. Crix is all but done for here, as he's pinned down behind all these soft walls, and well, he's certainly not going to be living much longer. Hamio now is going to be all left. C4? No, it's not going to find it. He really needed that one to get any kind of clutch hope. PC419, they're starting to bring a few rounds back here.
Yeah, only 1 round differential remaining
that was
there.
so close.
Oh, that was a close boy. Nice shot from Hamio indeed from Vlad, as the IQ now player of PC419 will be finally finding some closure there. So only 1 round difference, like I said. PC419 are not out of this yet by any shape or form, so still plenty of ways to be playing it out. Sajan, interestingly enough, bringing in the Amaru, which I think will be 6 picked off. Same goes for Crix. Yeah, he will be 6 picking off that. That is an Ash pick if I ever seen one. And Crix is actually going to be swapping over to the Clash, interestingly enough. Called it. I called the Ash.
Yeah, well, just to make it rhyme, we've got the Clash swap as well. That one's a little harder to call, but hey, Clash now going to be on it for Crix, so I'm keen to see what he's going to be bringing with that. The Clash is one of those operators that changes up how you play defense quite a bit, so it's definitely going to be something different for PC419 to expect. Bit of Hems to see how they kind of deal with something like that. Bit of Hems have been doing well when they can get these surprise kills, these roam kills, these free kills, the ones where things aren't really traded back, but didn't quite work out in the last round, especially because Sejon turned Super Saiyan 3 and just turned the corner and picked off the 2 most valuable players for a bit of Hems. So if they can avoid that, then the round will certainly look a lot better. But I want to see how Clash comes.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Yeah,
a bomb
I'm
and
definitely also curious how will Clash perform here, and whether she will be the deal breaker here for Bitter Hams to really start claiming the rounds once again. Apart from that, really, I don't see a whole lot of changes to technically be made there, albeit that is an interesting push there by the duo of Iana and IQ, but I'm definitely liking the concept of that.
Yeah, it's a nice little quick entry downstairs. It's going to give them a nice little position. I mean, Vlad wants to be down there anyway, so they can be clearing out all the electronics. They definitely want to be droning it out pretty hard. We've seen how much Bitter Hems have been sending roamers around. I mean, it's only been 1 round on defense, but you can tell that's how they like how to play. Crix is yet to really encounter anyone in the window, although he might be about to. We can see someone hanging out there. It's Noob, but he's got a big shield, so he'll be okay.
attackers have located a bomb.
No frost traps down through this window, so Sage can get in there nice and easy.
Sage will be able to get a few peeks, and already some damage has been dealt to the L as well of Namni. That is a solid beginning here, but minute and 45 to go, so already a little bit of the time has been drained out. Not a single frag to be done, and Rhino was able to heal up Namni back to 100 health. C4 will be there, but extinguished to no avail, as only it's just gonna generate just a few sounds. Maybe that's about it. JVT will attempt to get the bandit trick going, but that is not going to work out. That is the big heckin' hole opened up in the wall, and, well, you cannot do a whole lot of things about that.
Yeah, a little cheeky how that one was done as well. But, oh, Tesla. Tesla gets the frag. So this is looking already very much a good round for PC419. Hamio trying to be a hero to get 1 kill to bring it back. JVT is going to have to pull his weight as well, but he is locked down over here by the window. Not going to be able to leave that one. It's got to be up to Hamio. He's being flashed, so is JVT. Hamio has dropped the diffuser by killing Pun, so now they're trying to bring it back. JVT's also sorted out his problem. Well, he's still trapped in here by the window, and now finally knocked down onto the ground. Hamio now has to get the 1v2. 35 seconds for PC419 to get this one done.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time. PC419, albeit on 1v2, like you said, this could be
Oh, that's right.
fairly quickly resolved. That drone does reveal Hamio's position, and there's the pressure coming around. Noob and Sajan are going to be applying pressure, and by every second, Hamio is going to be losing his health. And it is Sajan to close out the round. We are back to a draw, ladies and gentlemen. And Smite, this is looking like we might just be seeing a bit of a snowball effect here from PC419 on their offense.
Yeah, they've really found their footing to get back into this one after swinging back on defense. They're not getting caught off guard by these things that have been winning the rounds for Bitter Hems, at least back on attack. They're not letting things happen here on defense at all for Bitter Hems right now. But yeah, here we go. Alibi now going to come in here. This could be a really fun one for Ryan, especially if he uses it to go for any kind of spawn peeks, try to bait out the enemy a little bit. He's been having a pretty good game, but it's been slowing down now. In fact, it's been slowing down for a lot of Bitter Hems. So they definitely are looking for something cheeky here, I reckon. I just feel it in this round.
Yeah, something cheeky could be coming through. I mean, the choice of the alibi is already in itself is a bit of a cheeky decision to go for, but could work out. Maybe it won't. We'll have to see, because this is the round where Bitter Hems will need to make that breakthrough, because they were able to come out with a two-round streaks before in the previous half. But this time, it's seeming that the defense is not particularly their favorite side to really play off, or at the very least, not on Villa, because whilst on offense they were able to dictate the pace, here they just kind of playing it almost by the pace of PC419, and that is not particularly working out.
Okay. I was feeling it a little bit. Hamio's just about to go for a peek, maybe go for a run out here. He does have a victim kind of nearby, although maybe he was looking the wrong way, but he heard it, and we'll just back out of that one. We'll find nothing but Vlad, so perhaps coming in, but no, just going to go up there with Sejon.
Yeah, Sejon, meanwhile, will just be trying to quickly clear out master bedroom and try to get some early pressure, maybe cut off some of the rotations. Does see the alibi, but alibi is just too quick and too good with those headshots as well. Ryan, nicely done, promptly will be falling back to the site.
Yeah, now this is the opening we're looking for from Bitter Hems. They only lose a little bit of health. Totally take out Sage. That's a great player to take out, someone who's easily going to be able to pick up a whole lot of frags here, but there's still very scary players left on PC419. They still have an opportunity to take this one out, so Bitter Hems cannot breathe easy at all just yet. But you look at where PC419 are right now, they're still droning out, they're still trying to take room by room. The hallway's still not even nearly theirs. So, all things considered, PC419 still have a pretty long path. They have half the round, so they do have time. But with a man down, it just takes a little bit longer to get this progress done.
Yeah, plus with Sejan, who was that very needed aggressor, being no more in this round, certainly going to be quite a tough ask for PC419 to kind of keep up that momentum, as it seems that, yeah, they just now decided to completely start playing for picks. That momentum, that aggression that was there before has completely vanished, and maybe Tesla will be the next player to really step up, as he's just right at the doorway and just might be able to maybe drone it out for the team, but he does see that laser sight that will not be played up on a pawn, and there's some presence on the red stairs. We'll be able to finally trade it out. There is a down Iana, but Vlad actually able to pick up a double kill, but will be shut down pretty quickly by JVT after that breach is open. Tesla will be picked back up. It's back to a 2v3, make it 2v2 situation. Hamio is just too good. Hamio is very good getting the flags and the frags, and JVT is the one to get the final kill.
Yeah, Hamio and JVT in the final moments holding it tight. Look at the coverage they have on that door. There was no hope of anyone on the other side for it, so a really good clutch round to win here. You know, even if they were ahead for a little while, because now they take the lead in the points. This is where things start to get incredibly worrying for PC419. No one's expecting them to lose even a single map in this series here against Bitter Hems, who are need to remind you, the bottom of the table right now, it's not really close, at least in theory, between these two teams. But with these new additions, these new players, and them all playing to their potential right now, they have a real shot at taking map number 1 here, maybe snowballing it to take map number 2 as well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be the case here. I mean, the way how Bitter Hams were able to really outgun PC419 on a great variety of the occasions, I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing some quality top of the line performance from them once again. And when it comes down to some further down the line matches, oh boy, I'd be scared.
It definitely makes the rest of the season also a little more interesting, because everyone's kind of riding off Bitter Hams, or, you know, Blessed before
10
this,
seconds to
as
insertion.
a team that may be more of an easier win, but now we're seeing
5
this.
seconds remaining.
Maybe it's not going to be an easier win. I mean, PC419 are kind of realizing that right now,
Attackers are
so
moving out to
it could
locate a
really
bomb and defuse.
change
Attackers
how the
have dropped
leaderboard
bomb
is going to
diffuser.
look near
Attackers
the end of the
recovered
season.
bomb
But hang on,
diffuser.
here on round 10, Hamio's looking out the door again. He's going to have quite a few people to contest with. He is going to have to book it if he doesn't want to get ripped apart at the start of that round. He will book it, though. He'll get out okay, but should have a pretty good idea to tell the rest of his team where PC419 are coming in from.
Oh man, yeah, that would have been scary if he would have decided to keep on staring at that angle, but at the very least, ooh, Vlad might be getting quite some quality amount of information and being able to bait in with that Iana hologram. You know, where the general whereabouts of Ryan's position. Nani already back at the cellar, be able to go in for the flank around and might just be able to get that very much needed drop onto Vlad. Goes in for the peek, and oh, Vlad just decides to quickly flake over to the body of Nani and shut him down, but did take quite some punishment there.
Yeah, it feels like Vlad should have been called out for that, but Ryan, I think he's going to punish him for what happens.
Yep.
He completely catches him with his pants down. Vlad probably still in disbelief. The fact that he survived that earlier fight, taking out Namni, really felt like Namni should have picked that one up. But hey, ends up being a trade. That's okay. Half the round now gone, though. No more IQ to get you any free electronics, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to move on in. But still taking out cameras, but you got to take out the people too, because they'll take you out. So no more Tesla left. Hunt finds JBT at the cost of half of his health, so these 419 are still taking a few of these names. One more to go down the stairs as well, and now it's only Hamio. He wins these sometimes. So watch out if you're PC419, or maybe just get a few different angles and pin him down.
Certainly seems like it, but yeah, PC419, I'm not too sure what is happening with them, but it's certainly looking like they are feeling a little bit disjointed on some of these peaks. That attempt at the duo clear by Iana and IQ was pretty good in theory, but wasn't well backed up by utility. I mean, a simple claymore could have slowed down, or at the very least notified the IQ that there would be a vigil coming around. With Iana, that is just a bit of a... It's just, he wasn't prepared, he wasn't ready for that peak, and for that positioning of Mozzie, and I would imagine that Mozzie of Crix was quite spooked as well by that peak, so a whole lot of things could have happened there.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Man, you guys aren't fooling anyone with that dock hover. No one's anchoring in this game. Pull out the North, Lamai, make them roam a whole lot. Just have 5 operators that have the potential to roam. Maybe they just do. Like,
Bomb located by
Bitterhems,
attackers.
they are a scary lineup of operators right now. If you're an attacker, especially when you look at the scoreline, this is where everyone's going to be a little nervous. Everyone, so including PC419. So roamers like this, operators like Vigil, they can punish nervous attackers, people who are maybe a little shaky on their aim. So this is it's very ballsy, risky move for Bitterhems to play a team comp like this, I believe, but if PC419 fall into the trap, then it could fall out of control very quickly.
Yeah, pretty much every round could spiral out of control Talking about that, it's Sagen to open up the scoreline once again. This time it is on to Ryan, and that is the Vigil. That was the person who was running Disruption in the previous round, and wasn't nearly able to take care of Vlad, who was an IQ. So this is a great beginning. Sagen once again doing so much work, so much entry for the team, and his sheer ferocity with how he peaks is just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, picking Ryan off. Real good to start things off. I mean, he almost brought it back for his round in the previous one. Pretty crazy flank, but now just don't have to worry about it at all.
Not at all, indeed. We'll be going in for the push. There's nobody up on the top floor anymore, so that is now completely in full control, or at least for the time being, in control of PC419. But Nani has to say something about it, and so he will. It's a Tesla off board, and that is a Jackal, direct counterpart to the roam clear. Now the attack completely gone now.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, if you're Navni, you want to get rid of that Tesla, get rid of that Jackal. Crix is hanging out downstairs quite a while now, in basically the same spot. Very patient gamer, just waiting for the call to go in. And speaking of the call to go in, we're getting kind of close to it, Cthulhu. In a very important round too. There's just a minute to go, and we could be seeing one team on overtime pretty soon. So PC419 are probably going to start making the final preparations to start pushing onto the site right now. Find these final kills, find these final frags. Sage has to make the peak here, and he makes it. He gets one, takes a ton of damage, but gets out with his life.
And that is the man advantage straight away set up for PC419, which should be making things even better. Sagen is just on a full-on rampage here, picks up yet another one, and that is just all down to Hamio and Crix. Can they find that shot though? Now that is the main question. With 30 seconds left to go, they might be able to run the disruption, as IQ is taking quite some damage by Vlad and will be promptly falling back. Crix is the one to go in for the push. The diffuser has been dropped, but oh, there's the push by Noob, and we'll be able to get that frag. Final one by Hamio, trying to deny it. Will be actually able to claim that kill. That is another one. 10 seconds left to go. Hamio needs to keep on going. Just needs 2 more frags. Vlad will be running potentially the cover, but this time it's the plant behind the table. And PC419 are the ones to claim the round.
Hamio, he got so keen. He wanted to cancel the plant rather than attempt for the retake. I mean, it's a big call to make in tense moments like that for sure. But a rough one for sure. I mean, he could have taken it back, but at the end of the day, you got to look at the situation and be like, it's probably going to be a miracle play anyway. It's impressive that he even got to that point, getting those 2 kills. So, yeah, unfortunately for him, it means PC419 are now a match point, and here is where the pressure really turns up right now. Now, we know that Bitter Hems have to win one more to just take it to overtime, whereas, well, PC419 have so much comfort right now. They can drop around if they need to, but they have a chance to win it all here.
Yeah, I don't think they would want to drop around, especially against Bitter Hems, because so far it's been just an absolute roller coaster back and forth of the games. I mean, Bitter Hems managed to show some fantastic attacking side where they were able to push it out into 4-2 scoreline for themselves. So I wouldn't be writing them off in any shape or form. Matter of fact, I would take each and every round with such caution that similar to how I would personally take any top tier teams as well. So this is quite a statement that they've so far were able to make, especially against PC419. And now that we've seen them perform, at least on Villa, this is already a scary thing to talk about, because now for some of the teams that are still remaining to play against Bitter Hems, this is going to be quite a challenge to really even score those points.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, is that it's going to change up the remainder of the league, where maybe some assumed wins aren't going to happen. Hold that thought though. Ryan holding the window isn't going to actually find anyone running out just yet though. Would love it. Would absolutely love to pick up a free kill, but unfortunately, not like how PC419 got the kill at the start of the last round. They don't find anything here. we just get a 5v5 here on a match point round here, Cthulhu. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fully okay with that. Talking about being okay, though, Hamio was not okay after nearly getting his head taken off by Vlad's long angle there with a 552 commando. In the piano room, apart from that, it's pretty chill. Everyone is still mostly vibing. Sagen is now swapped over from Ash to a Bugs to have a little bit more of the utility. But, yeah, really, some damage being dealt a little bit actually back and forth. It's mainly JVT who will be taking quite some damage, and it's Crix to actually open up the scoreline onto Tesla.
Sage is, he's got a lot of angles to look after right now, but he may be able to find something through the floor here. Noob has found Crix, which is pretty great if you are cheering on PC419 right now. That 4v3 is certainly looking good, especially with Hamio and JVT on half health. Vlad holding down the line right now. He's about to start moving in. This should just be a clean, easy push to clean things up here. Hamio falls. It's just Ryan and JVT right now. Make that just JVT. This is looking like the winning moments for PC419 as the walls crumble around him. Bitter will fall and PC419 will pick up Villa.
Pick up Villa indeed, and that is a very nice closure here for PC419. 3 rounds in a row and a 7-5 scoreline is certainly a very close scoreline here between the two teams. Massive props to Bitterhams for pushing PC419 that close, but unfortunately after all their efforts in the first half, this is all going to be still in vain.
Yeah, it felt like the final few rounds there on defense, it started to sort of rely on those frags right at the start of each round if they could find some spawn picks or maybe catch someone out with a roam, but that stopped happening. And then, yeah, unfortunately, PC419, when that doesn't happen to them, are able to take wins in rounds. So, yeah, like Hamio said in the round, it was close, all things considered, for sure. But it feels like, one, PC419 now have the ball rolling, and two, they now have the momentum, kind of like the earlier series, to go into map number 2 here and take that lead. I believe we're going to a Clubhouse now, Cthulhu.
Yeah, so Clubhouse will be coming up shortly, as we are just going to be taking a short break here to get everyone prepared for map number 2, the final one for tonight. Don't go too far away, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be back in just a few short minutes, and we'll see you then.
And we're back. One more map to go to close out the night. PC419 versus Bitterhems. Some casters would have told you that this would be a very one-sided matchup, but Bitterhems have come in here to prove them wrong, as they came real close to taking Villa, but unfortunately PC419 did snag it with 7-5. But here we are on Clubhouse. Time for Bitterhems to redeem themselves, or maybe PC419 to clean out the series 2-0.
Yeah, PC419 would definitely be looking for that 2-0. They definitely would need that. Interestingly enough, they were the ones to ban out the IQ out of all of the operators, contrary to maybe the attempt to ban out maybe a Thatcher, maybe a Zoff, maybe Buck. We saw a few Buck actually bans throughout LPL Pro. So here now, instead it's going to be the G8 wielding German operator, and to follow through it's going to be Mira, and I would assume probably Valkyrie is going to be also there. But,
yeah, probably just going to be one of these more standard bans coming out. It's going to be more interesting about what kind of gets slipped through, but yeah, it's just going to be Valkyrie. Just kind of like you predicted there. But Cthulhu, I just want to reiterate to everyone the implications this is going to have on the leaderboard. PC419 need the 2-0 to move into the top 4. They will need it to get 8 points, as they're currently on 5. They'll tie with a bunch of teams, but at least they'll be in the top 4. If they only get 1 point tonight, well, they're just going to be 5th place and significantly behind some of these top 4 teams as well. So this is very important for them to get. It's going to be Bitterhems playing the spoiler if they can pick up this map.
Yeah, Bitterhems will need to really bringing the heat here once again. I mean, they were the ones to really start pushing the boundaries there for their attack. So here, them on defense. I mean, they have shown us some good performance on defense. So they could provide us with that and prove us wrong. But probably the big performance I would be expecting from them will be on their offense.
Yeah, well, Bitterham's had a pretty good side over on defense, so maybe this is the half where things look really fantastic for them and they start taking rounds off PC419 and we get really excited. But hey, maybe we do have to wait for attack. But we'll see, because we get round number 1 coming out here. It's going to be kicking things off on gym and a bedroom. And already it gets a little bit fun. Ryan wanting to see what he could find, seeing what he can see CC. But no cheeky kills to kick things off here on round number 1. Everyone's going to have a nice full health bar, or maybe not. Maybe not, as Hamio runs right on out. And he keeps his own full health bar, but Vlad is not so lucky. And that's the Thatcher gone.
Yeah, Thatcher being gone, that is a huge one here. A very nice pickup, but once again, it is Hamio who actually opens things up for his team. He opened up the scoreline in Villa, and he was the one to kick things off on Clubhouse here. I do believe this is also their map pick. No, this is actually PC419's map pick, and Villa was Bitterham's. Okay, so that's slightly explaining a bit more on their performances, but this is most certainly looking quite interesting.
Yeah, and another thing that the Thatcher kill brings is now Namni is a lot more unlocked on that bandit. He doesn't have to sit there worrying about the bandit tricks. He can actually start going around roaming a little bit, maybe holding some angles down if he's locked down a little bit. Especially with the castle barricades, right? They're going to drain utility or force them into choke points. It's really looking good for Bitterhams here on this opening. I mean, you could not have picked a better operator. I mean, maybe the Lana taking that one out, then this doesn't happen, but I mean, it's been half the round and they've only just now started pushing them back.
Yeah, it's been a while, but Sajin is already making quite some progress here. I mean, finding the double kill is just absolutely making me speechless at this point. JVT and Nani completely gone out, all down to Cameo, Crix, and Ryan, and they were able to actually perform pretty well in the previous map, so maybe here this is where they're going to be able to actually perform quite nicely.
PC419 going in with the peaks, and Sage just keeps going. It's Hamio downstairs, but I feel like he's perhaps a little bit out of this one. Sage this round, he went for some crazy peaks and pulled them all off. Damage, sure, but I mean, he basically won the round for his team there with those beautiful peaks. So they've got the plant down. Hamio is going to sprint up there despite how well he started things off on the rounds. I don't think he's pulling off a 1v4 here.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options here for Hamio, with the timer now ticking against him. 4 more players to be picked up, and there's also the cheeky holes being opened up. PC419 just, they're not taking any hostages, not planning really in any shape or form.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been good. Hamio, he had a great opening. I mean, we talked it up a ton because it did mean a lot. Losing the Thatcher is super annoying. It really messes with how you're trying to enter the building, but Sage just comes in, flexes his humongous muscles, and just does the most beautiful peaks ever. So, I mean, it just turns out if you do better peaks, you can win some of these rounds that maybe you shouldn't have. But there it is. Regardless, they pick up round number 1, and Bitterhems, they're going to have to try and see if they can get a good opening on that round again.
Yeah. I mean, that early opening is certainly a very much needed thing, yeah, for Bitterhams, just to get their early momentum rolling. They definitely need that, and every kind of push. Church and Arsenal could actually very much be the right site to start their push, to start their momentum here. but at the same time, the way how PC419 are now playing, it almost feels like they now fully activated and fully warmed up after what Villa was.
Yeah, but it did certainly feel a little worrying with the opening, but I feel like if they just keep their tabs on that and things like runouts from Hamio, then it really should be a very quick map for PC419 if they keep those things in check. But Church and Arsenal is certainly a different site to be taking down here. Hems have chosen to go for a very mobile looking list of operators here, kind of like what they were doing on Villa. So they're definitely going to be looking to be out-rotating a lot of what PC419 can do. Maybe catch them off guard quite a lot. Things like Vigil are going to be doing that anyway, but I mean, there's not really anyone who's your standard-looking anchor down here right now. I mean, Crix and Hamio, JB2, they can all do it, but who knows who's going to be running around the place.
Yeah, all of them are very able to do that. All 5 of the operators they can very much go on that roam and be quite successful with it, some more so than the others, but in its entirety, yeah, Ryan can do quite a whole lot of damage with the roam. We saw Crix go on quite a rampage a few rounds as well. So here it's literally just a matter of who wants to take the first engagement here, and it doesn't look like any of the Bitter Hams players want to take any of those gunfights.
Yeah, and because of their lineup as well, there's... Oh, hang on, Noob. He got a few shots in, but Ryan just loses a bit of health. Vlad has found Nabney, though, and that is the real thing to say. Because now PC419 get to start off with the advantage here. It took a little bit of time, it took half the round, but now they get the 5v4. And we are quite close to the side. They've already opened so much of it out. Hey, Ryan, you gotta maybe let them go eventually, but hang on, he's now gonna look out the door, but someone was waiting for him, and it was Noob, so he'll finish him off. They do lose Tesla, which is a little worrying, but hey, look, it's alright. He's already smashed open a ton of floorboards, so he's kind of done his job already.
Yeah, and the plant is actually starting to go down. Sajin is the one to actually get the diffuser planted. All down to Crix and Hamio, and Crix is nowhere even near the site. Hamio is waiting for just the crossfire to happen. And well, finally there's the push out. Hamio finds the shot onto Vlad, but that does leave him in a 1v3 situation as Crix does fall down. Sajin is very much looking out for that frag. Does notice some foot level holes, but that won't really be helping him a whole lot. The AUG is fully loaded and needs to really start blasting out. Does manage to find the shot onto Sajin. Can he find another one? Does get tugged up as well from the hatch right now, and this is all just falling apart. Poor Wamai just cannot find any more frags, and that is yet another round for PC419.
Yeah, I think Bitter Hems need to stop just leaving things up to Hamio at the end. I mean, certainly he can clutch, but I mean, it's not reliable at all, and well, the poor guy is probably feeling it a little bit too. It's happening quite a lot as he's the last one left alive. But going back to that one, there was just no one to stop PC419 getting the best positions possible. I mean, like I said, the sledge had already smashed open all of the floor. The hatch was already open, so they could have those beautiful little angles near there at the end that Hamio could not contest with. But we're going back upstairs to one of the best sites ever, CCTV and Cash.
Yeah, now CCTV and Cash should be a pretty interesting one, because while Church is rather more of a conventional site to really hold out, there's not a whole lot of ways nowadays to really play out. We would be maybe seeing occasional attempts to recreate the SSG strat. Sometimes it's the attempt to play from up above with some top-down roaming. Here, CCTV is seeming to be occasionally having a few micro evolutions and changes here and there with how some of the utilities being placed, how some of the positions now being played out, and how is the general roam being kind of approached to. So maybe here is where Bitter Hems will be able to maybe find their return, maybe they're beginning to the comeback, or at least 1 point maybe.
5 seconds to go.
Alright, Hamio, if there's ever a round to kill the match straight away on, it's probably going to be this one. It'd be devastating to lose that, or the Thermite as well, but I mean, at least you still have Sage to Havana, but it'd be super annoying, but probably not going to happen. Doubt Hamio is going to really risk something like that again, but I say that he's hanging real far back. Uh-oh, that's the dock gone. That's going to matter a little later on as we get closer to the site, but once we see PC419 break down this door, that is going to be real annoying to not have Doc for.
Yeah, Doc, especially the Bitter Hams Doc, was able to really kind of heal their players on the go and was able to really make some real nice advancements. So here, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough one for Bitter Hams, at least for some passive support, but apart from that, it's just a full-on drop-down. There's already some control established in the logistics office with Sagan already on the drone, funnily enough, and, well, some information will be conveyed, but so is onto the sledge of Tesla.
Yeah, but I mean, they know that Hamio's over here now, so it's just a bit of a game of chicken. They both know each other are there, so probably not going to be too much to come from it, except maybe a peek. Tesla's a bit busy, though, because he's going to be shooting onto the side at the same time. But he should know that Hamio's around here, although, are they just going to let it happen? They're just running past him. And Hamio should be hearing all of this. Are they trying to bait it out or something?
Yeah, they're probably trying to get the bait, yeah.
He's got 2 magnets, so I don't know how much that's going to help him, but I mean, this is a really long con, a bit of a bait. Yeah, here he comes Tesla. He tried to go for the bait, but it wasn't enough. Hamio just walks right into it and doesn't care.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Hamio goes in for the jump out, actually finds a second one as well, and, well, maybe contesting for a third one as there's Hibana. There's a triple as well! Hamio just going on an absolute rip, and it seems that PC419's greed and attempt to find that frag on the roam seems to have completely fallen apart.
Maybe you can just leave Hamio off at the end. Jesus, he is just slaughtering this around here. It's still not done quite yet. It's still a 3v2, and they are not the healthiest right now. And this big breach is about to come through. So, last push as they start to come in. PC419 entering the site. JVT is down. Vlad continues his triple kill, but Hamio is on a rampage. A quadra kill. He's looking for the ace to finish this 1v1, and there it is.
Absolute nutter. Hamio able to really come out with the ace, and even he's astounded by the fact that he was granted that ace. It was almost looked effortless for him, but he's the right man to do it.
I mean, that has got to strike some courage back into the hearts of your allies there. To come back into this one, you're mapped down, and Hamio does something like that. That's where you just hear the comms, alright boys, we're back in this one. So maybe we see a little bit of vigor come back here for Bitter Hams, or maybe it was just a bit of a miracle, a bit of a fluke for Hamio. Let's see if he can do it again. It's definitely going to be needed, but I think we need to see the rest of Bitter Hams stepping up to Hamio's level right now, because it's what they need to win here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, that extra push that the rest of Bitter Hams need to do is definitely going to be the main deal breaker here, because yeah, while Hamio is stepping up massively, I mean, acing on the 3rd round, being able to really bring in the heat is a huge thing, but the remainder of the roster needs to pull up. I mean, still 3 players on a donut after 3 rounds. That's a little bit of a tough one, I gotta say.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Hamio, I mean, Hamio's almost in double digits. That's kind of nuts to think about right now. Imagine Hamio's going to do something a little naughty here at the start of the round again, or maybe just going to stick to how he was playing before. We've got now Ryan on Capcan, which is kind of interesting. So those traps are going to have to be on the minds of PC419 as the game goes on. Definitely something that maybe you forget about as you're trying to catch all these roamers out, as you're constantly worrying about Hamio. All these people sneaking around. A lot of traps right now. I mean, not just the Capcan ones, but the goo mines too.
Yeah, goo mines were also quite a huge thing as well, to just run the disruption that were able to slow things down, slow the push, and force PC419 players to kind of just pace themselves down almost on some of the smaller pushes. And this is also, yeah, that definitely dedicated to the success in the round. But comes now the question of the consistency. Who can be much more consistent? Namni is waiting for that C4, will be calling out, but Tesla is only dealt half damage, but there's also a gunfight ensuing from up at the entrance into the kitchen.
Yeah, a lot of damage to this floor right now. Sage is going to take advantage of it too. Really have to be careful if you're Namni right now. You don't want to lose it. Goes for the trick and does not get it, unfortunately. So now, it's going to be a big ol' opening. He's going to have to run all the way back. Noob, he's going to look to try and take blue, but Tesla has found Ryan. That Kapkan's gone now. And just so much positional control right now above the site. So many peak holes from the floor. That can be their death for Bitter Hems. It's already happened to Ryan. Another EMP is going to come out, but they're going to go tunnel now instead.
Yeah, dirt tunnel is going to be a pretty decent idea to even attempt to go in for the poke. They do spot Namni as he will be falling to a very nice long shot as well being made there. Oh, it's just all falling apart. Down to Hamio once again. Can he ace 2 times in a row? Now that is going to be quite a tall order there for the all-mate, and well, with the timer now about to start ticking against him, things are definitely going to be looking quite tough for him.
Yeah, unfortunately Lightning doesn't often strike twice. It might sort of strike twice as he starts to get the ace going, but yeah, a 1v5 ace is a very different story, especially in a post-plant situation. So, I mean, Hamio, I know you're a bit of a god, but even gods can bleed here. So they do fall again. PC 419 picking up another round. That one a lot closer. Sorry, a lot more one-sided to them. A lot cleaner. They easily took positional control. There's just not a lot when we're down in Church and Arsenal that we see Bitter Hems picking up to stop them doing so. There's nothing like a Kaid to stop the hatch just getting blown open. And it looks like that trend's just going to continue as all of these operators, again, have the potential to roam.
Yeah, the potential for Rome is very much there. It's just it seems that PC419 has finally managed to maybe finally learn the patterns of Bitter Hems, maybe learned kind of the general approach, albeit if all they maybe have gotten overly confident after the 2 rounds that they didn't manage to gather for themselves before they got aced by Hamio there. So maybe now that they've gotten the slap on their wrists, maybe this time they will be able to play it out. But hold up a sec. It is going to be one of the rather more interesting or more controversial sides, the bar in the supply room.
Yeah, a bit of a fun one here on round 5. I mean, you look at the defenders' lineups, and maybe you shouldn't be surprised that we've got a bit of an interesting side, a bit of a controversial one. So it's definitely interesting to see how Bitter Hems are going to hold this here. They've got the Oryx coming in, probably just to clear up some new sightlines, as we've seen. Surprisingly, that would be the reason Oryx was picked the most. Probably a little bit of a fun after oversight maybe, but oh well, we'll see. He's already lost a ton of health though. Clearly the victim of his own peek out, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit of maybe of a mishap there, maybe miscalculation. Just didn't really work out maybe for the man, but at the very least he's able to run away with his life, so he's still going to be able to deal quite some damage to the roster of PC419. But just as I say that, he is down now.
And there is no one there to save him. All on his lonesome there, roaming on that Oryx. So yeah, he's totally out of here now. PC419 once more set up to take yet another round here on attack. They have everyone alive. They've got the lines as they're about to approach. They've got a great ability to just take the position, surround the sites, hold these lines, and this is a beautiful one by Namni, but unfortunately it doesn't come to fruition at all. Doesn't even, I think he maybe got like 1 bullet in terms of damage, but yeah, that one didn't pick the kill.
Yeah, Noob was able to actually, it was either Noob or Vlad were able to execute a very nice jiggle peek there around the corner, just being able to kind of bait out a few shots just to confirm their suspicions maybe. So this was a very well done job, but oh, PC419 are onto something. Definitely, they possibly could have seen those bullet holes, and knowing that Hamio was quite nasty on them previously, now we'll be playing fairly cautious about them. Krix, though, will be traded out after scoring a kill, but JVT is also there to continue the thrashing. But yeah, and the diffuser has been dropped as well, so that needs to be retrieved in a 3v3 situation. At the very least, there's no presence up on the hatch, so at the very least they should be able to get a pretty prompt take. Oh, there's a swing. There's a swing on the main stairs, but to no avail yet from both parties.
Yeah, maybe even a bit of a half bait though, because he was ready to back out there up the stairs, so Tesla will stay alive. He's still going to continue to break the floor here, breach it a little bit, make sure no one can be in a position to punish him right now. Just trying to find something more because they know they're desperate. 15 seconds and they've got to rush, and just falling like flies. Bitterhems are slaying them as they enter the site right now. We're in a 2v1 here, and Noob, well, he didn't have much health to begin with, and they quickly send him down. So Bitterhems are still finding ways to pick up rounds.
Oh, they sure do. Second point for themselves, and now on round 6, looking at potentially drawing out the first half of the final map for tonight. Potentially could be the element of the tiredness maybe coming around, as it's starting to get pretty late at the very least for us in New Zealand here. But maybe not. Maybe they're all so pumped up on gamer supplements that they just not even feeling the grasp of the time, and they're just gaming it out to their fullest potential. Who knows? But for all we know, it is going to be CCTV for the final round of the first half.
It is also school holidays in New Zealand, so if any of the players are in school, they've got a little extra time to work with, potentially in the schedule. I'm not sure if Australians have school holidays at the same time. I think they're a week after us, at least in some states, so that could be something at play. I'm not sure exactly how many of the players are Kiwis, I don't know if you know, but it could be something that does come into it. It's always interesting to think for some of the younger teams here. It's something that doesn't always get considered.
Yeah, a few teams do have a few of the younger gunners there for themselves, so wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing some of the rather stronger players, just all thanks to the school holidays. But alas, we won't be pondering too much on it just yet, as round 6 will be just coming through. Maybe a few rotation holes to be opened up by Dragon of Ryan, and well, that is seeming like a pretty nice, pretty standardized defense hold of the CCTV and Cat.
Yeah, just so many options right now for Bitterhems, and that swing and a miss. Tesla, but second one's gonna get it. But yep, here we go. PC419 really want to breach in here into CCTV. This drone is somehow still surviving it. No one can hear it. No one can shoot it. Eventually, JVT got it down, I think. But yeah, he just drove around, got so much intel.
Yeah, the droning is a thing that a whole lot of players seeming to be completely missing out as well. The sheer amount of information that you can get yourself from just a few drone spots without even spotting and getting the pings, you can get some quality information to figure out as to where to go in for the push. Talking about though where's to push, definitely not seeming to be the catwalk or the entrance into the garage, because right now it is Vlad that will be going down to the hands of Namni.
Oh, I think Tesla gave his position away, so if he peeks, he could be in trouble. But it looks like it hasn't just happened yet. These drones, though, are not going to be let inside. So PC419 want intel, they're only going to get a little bit of it. So they're going to choose a few different parts instead. Sage almost trying to find something up there, but Tesla has fallen. Eventually he peeked, and eventually he got shot down. This is looking dicey for PC419 as they continue to fall. Noob now down. Only Hun and Sage remain. And they don't even have a whole lot of time to work with right now in a 2v5. They've really got to get these peaks, and they've got to hope they get them perfectly. Maybe this one up on the balcony, that's a good start. Still a minute, so maybe, and that's another one. This 2v3 could still happen, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, this could very much happen. There's another pre-fire, make it a double kill, and this is now back into a 2v2 situation just like that. Hamio and Krix are the last men standing, and this all turned around in a matter of just about 30 seconds here, Smite. Down to the two players from both of the teams, still kind of waffling around and figuring out who needs to hold the diffuser, but all the angles are being set up here for both of the parties, as the breach will be very much successful. Pun will still have plenty of time to go in for the push in the peak, so now it's just all about timing and all about the coordination, because this is where they will need to prevail.
Yeah, this is all it. It's all been set up perfectly fine. The plant now going down is the bait, and we don't know yet. Maybe it wasn't, because Bitterhems, they took the bait, and it was delicious.
Oh yeah, it was most certainly quite delicious, as the moment PC419 tried to give away a millimeter, Bitterhems chewed away by a mile here, as the first half will be ending in a draw between the two teams, and well, now it's PC419's time to start going on defense, and this is where the main testament is going to be made here between the two teams.
Yeah, this is where I usually call whether we're actually going to see a very close matchup. It's gone very back and forth, at least on the first half, but now we have to see, is Bitterhems going to be the same team they are on attack as they are on defense here, or is this where PC419 are going to slip ahead? Or maybe vice versa. Maybe it'll be Bitterhems that are just some gods on attack. Hamio's been having the map of his life here today. In fact, just a series of his life.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
it's
bombs.
got to step up for the rest of the team here. It's got to show something different here on attack here, just to edge out a little bit. But all things considered, this is Bitterhems, previously Blessed Esports, bottom of the table, taking it to PC419. They should not have to work so hard to get this 2-0.
Yeah, right now this is probably the biggest challenge that PC419 could have ever faced. Maybe they were going a bit maybe too confident into this matchup, and for what it's worth, so far seeming to be all falling apart, and well, maybe this is a bit of Ham's plan all along, just to be as unpredictable as possible, and well, it seems to be working just the right magic here for the roster.
Well, let's not get too excited though, because PC419 have still kept it even. And now they get to be on defense. And a lot of teams do find defense quite comfortable, especially on a map like Clubhouse where you've played it a whole lot. You can start off on CCTV, so not a very comfortable sight for a lot of teams here. They've done this dance so many times. But of course it does evolve. We've seen so many new strats come out here over time. This one little bandit dance that Noob has to play.
A bomb has been located.
So, we'll see how Bitterhems approach it. They're definitely a bit of a more unique team, at least here today.
Attackers have located a bomb.
First battery, now going to go out. That drone going to be spotting Noob, knowing that he's there. Here it comes, the dance.
The dance is certainly there, but will not be successful. It is Vlad and Tesla to actually open up the scoreline here, as Noob wasn't really able to get the breaches going, but whilst the breach wasn't being attempted, it is one of the hard breaches and the Capitao completely gone. So a solid start here for the defense of PC419, and that is a whole lot of utility as well, completely extinguished without being used a whole lot.
Yeah, so I mean they got the one big breach done, which is great, but now it's a lot easier for PC419 to tell where their attack is going to be coming from. They're going to be able to just anchor down, wait, and just call Bitterhems to come in here for an awkward 3v5 push into some pretty dangerous looking operators here with some pretty scary guns, and still tons of utility to deal with. Flashbang's not going to help with all those magnets and ADS, so here we go, into the awkward push. Ryan going in first. Not dying just yet, but eventually he gets caught and completely pinned down. And the next one to move in and perhaps go to the same fate, JVT, is going to try his luck at fate.
Sure will. The Zofia M762 could be the huge tool here for the win, as Hamio is already, like we were talking about it, is already on the double digits, 12 kills to 3 deaths. The 3 rounds that were lost out was when he died as well. So this is This is where the magic might be done. This is a wide swing by JVT, but will not be very successful. All down to the Thatcher player of Bitter Hams. Does manage to find a single kill, but will be pretty quickly shot down by Noob after the Mans was completely denied of that breach denial. So now he went on a bit of a killing spree.
Yeah, and so PC419, I mean, they just shut down that breach super early on. I mean, the breach went off, but losing 2 members just essentially for free there. Way too painful to come back into that one. So really solid defense for PC419. Really just in their control the whole time. So now downstairs to Church and Arsenal. And oh my god, is that... Yeah, come on, let's 6-pick away. Yeah, there it goes. But it is Monty, which is at least still a little interesting. It's not Glass interesting, but it's Monty interesting.
Yeah, Monty for the Church and Arsenal push is a pretty decent idea, gotta say. He is able to pressure out a few defenders out of some of the rather more comfortable holes. He has quite some good cover when he going in for the plant. And well, what is not going to be comfortable is for Pun's minus 50 HP from that impact grenade.
Were they just not looking for? What did he run into it? I didn't actually see how he lost that health, but oh, that's rough. Yeah, Pun's not going to be doing any swarm picking, that's for sure. He's very likely going to be the one to sit back and anchor. Very dangerous for him right now. So just to go out and get a whole lot of goo mines everywhere that's needed. But yeah, it's really going to be... It's distracted us from talking about the Monty push here in Church and Arsenal.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Yeah, the Church and Arsenal Monty push is certainly going to be
Attackers recover the bomb.
one, so we'll have to see how it'll envelop itself. For now, PC419, they have all of the utility technically. They react pretty well to bring in the goo mines, the C4s, the smoke grenades as well to get rid of the French operator. So gonna be plenty of ways to play about it, but it's rather how will they really handle the actual push is going to be the main question here, as Bitter Hams are taking a little bit of time just to draw out the top floor, just to kind of figure out where do they want to make the entry.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to scope out, because once they start going in, they probably are not going to want to pull out. Monty, very slow. You want to make sure he's in exactly the right spot. You've got the right plan to go with. They don't know, of course, that Pun got blown up by his teammate at the start, so they can't really take advantage of it, but they can find JVT. So PC419 have some breathing room with that now. They are now slowing them down. That is also the breach gone. Really annoying to lose that Hibana.
Yeah, losing out Hibana very early on is a very huge thing, but it seems that it's not really phasing in any shape or form of Bitter Hams, but just like that, they will be now finally falling apart, and this is exactly showing why do they need that Hibana early on to get those breaches, to get those angles running for themselves, as Crix and Nani are the ones that are going to be struggling around here to try to make some plays, and, well, stuck in a bit of a predicament, let's just say that.
Yeah. 2v4 here. I mean, you're going to have to find kills like this if you want to win this round here. Just these shots through the wall where you hope someone's there. You have a good idea they're nearby, but you hope they just happen to be like right on your cursor. So unfortunately they won't, which means Bitter Hams, their prayer to winning this round is not going to be answered. Now they're just going to have to go and earn it. Crix and Namni going to have to make a push pretty much now, and it's going to be going down.
Going to be going down indeed, as I think the feed just ended up having a bit of a freeze there. We having a few technical issues. We did see well, according to Killfeed, a bit of a trade coming out, 1v3 situation, but New with being fairly low on health and not really looking too eager to get into the gunfight, will be promptly falling back. But yep, he will be the one to actually find that final kill, final shot onto Namni, as all he needed was that very nicely set up crossfire and some attention off him.
Yeah, always going to be pretty hard to win that one. Did predict it though, that it was going to be going down. Just it turns out it was the match that was going down for us. But hey, we did it, or at least PC419 did it, because now they are getting closer and closer to that match point, and this is where things get a little fun. If you take a look at what kind of operators they may be considering. I was hoping the Frost maybe was going to show her face again, but maybe not. Alibi is still quite a lot of fun, though.
Yeah, Alibi has a fair few ways to really play her around. Actually, I saw some players actually keeping all 3 of her holograms in their pocket, and then just kind of on the go throwing out those prismas just as they go, and to kind of bait in some of the shots and maybe take some of the attention off. And sometimes you just spread them all out straight from the beginning, and you get the frags going. But now this is the big pog moment. First of all, Vlad on the Alibi with the ACS-12. Now, do you know why this is the big pog moment, Smite?
Why is this the big pog moment, Cthulhu?
Because this, the reworked ACS-12 now is a slug shotgun with a 32 drum mag and the increased rate of fire with the ability to destroy pretty much any wall that you want. As well as that, any face. So it's still a one-shot headshot machine, albeit that she won't shred you if you go for the body shots. But if you can nail the headshots, it's a scary gun.
I think a lot of guns are pretty scary if you can nail the headshots.
True, but this one has also the oomph when you shoot it. You can hear the large eggplant energy with it.
Ah, I see. Now you've got me on the same wavelength here. So now I see why. It's a big pog moment. Bit of Hems though are going to be looking for their own big pog moment, because they are slightly behind here, but they have been taking it to PC419 so far. Oh no! Oh, I thought he actually had the angle, but no, it was Tesla that had the angle.
Yeah, that is a good 9.5. Even Ryan admits to that. That is a vile angle that Tesla had there. Oh my god.
Yeah, school holidays or not, you're going to bed early for that one.
Oh man.
Man. Oh, super rough now. No Ryan on Ash. He was having a pretty good game, but it may be a little rough here. This frag goes in. Doesn't find anything, no, but JPT found Vlad, and so we are actually evened up here. Maybe we do see that Hems pull out a round.
Yeah, could happen really, as there's still a few options to really play it around. Oh, Tesla nearly had his head shot off there by what was, I believe, a prone hold. Yeah, by Hamio. That could have been quite deadly, but no, Crix right now is just being given free real estate at the attempt to really go in for the breach, but Noob just misplaces his battery and will now be pretty much stuck in his position. Goes in for the white swing, tries to get in the peak, but oh, being completely shut down there as Hamio also picks up a frag. Crix also gets one. 1v4 situation. Tesla is just all alone there, just cannot seem to be able to find any shots, and well, won't be finding any frags. Bitterhams to win round number 9.
Yeah, and it was really good they could trade back after that kill at the start, because I think if this wasn't, it wasn't impossible for them to get a good surround like that, get those good pushes, that clean sweep near the end wouldn't have actually happened for Bitterhams. So now they've brought it up. They've brought another round back, and I'm surprised to say it, Cthulhu, but maybe they can bring it back here on Clubhouse. It was looking dicey, but some of these rounds are actually getting a lot closer now, which is good, and that one even looked so much more in control for Bitterhams, and that was a man down from the start when they lost him to Tesla.
Yeah, it seemed that they were able to really find some good just recollections of themselves. They were able to find that kind of pace closer to the end of the round, being able to really get their bearings back up and running. So it's certainly, yeah, it's a good addition for themselves, just being able to really kind of come back from a man deficit and being able to swing the round momentum into their favor.
Okay, PC419 though are close. They're one round away from match point. They're really looking to just confirm that overtime at least. It would make them a lot more comfortable, so they're really keen to win this one here. They can get it off. I mean, it was looking good back on round 9. Tesla picked up that kill at the start, so they weren't they maybe won't get so lucky this time. I mean, I say lucky, but you know, good hold on that angle.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Bit of Hems might not just walk into it this time, is what I mean. So they can't rely on it. We could just have to have a 5v5 here, and Bit of Hems can pull out another one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, Better Hems can very much bring this back in full swing. PC419 may be one of the favorites, and they may have won map number 1, but here, ultimately, they're the ones that are about to potentially lose out the map. Nice trick by Noob, I believe. That was a little bit of a bait, maybe, or just at the very least a way to confirm that there is a bandit right at that position. And oh boy, Crix. Oh, just waiting for another one. This could be huge. The EMP will be coming out, so Noob will be able to save at least one of the bandit batteries. I have impact grenade, not the impact grenade, rather the concussion grenade will be there. And oh, there's another EMP grenade to come through. I believe there's still one more charge in Noob's inventory, but no. This time we'll be able to fall back, and meanwhile it was Tesla who was able to find a kill. And Pan as well with a drop down onto Ryan. Straight up Assassin's Creed, that boy. And that is the Yana gone.
And this is what happened last time. They got the breach on CCTV, but immediately they lose 2 players. And it was pretty much from the same spot as well. So all things considered, it's looking like a PC419 round if it goes the same way. But we have a chance here for Hamio, JVT, and Crix to maybe find a bit of a clutch here. It's gonna take some of that Hamio magic though, because that is a big ask. It's a rough site to push here with only 3 people. We saw how it looked last time. There is still one breaching charge if they wanted to maybe look at something else, but I feel like that's not on the minds of a bit of Hems right now. They've got a minute to plan this out, so it looks like it's just going to be a push though. They're going to shoot down the tunnel, but they do eventually. No, they don't even get him. They don't even get Pun down at the end of that. So PC419 get out the broom and clean up the rest of the round.
And there it is, PC419 after being once again slapped on the wrist for a few of their plays, were able to really make the big play once again. Now they are on the match point. It's round 11, ladies and gentlemen, and potentially the final one here, or maybe a bit of Hems will be able to make the difference here. It is going to be Bar and Stock to be played out the second time, and this time it's actually the opposite team that is picking the Bar and Stock. But just as I say that, it's going to be Church and Arsenal Room, the side that was fairly successful for PC419.
Yeah, it's always a fun one to hold, of course. A little different to the ones upstairs, but Monty is not going to be showing his face here, not for bit of Hems here, which is interesting because they like to throw out some fun operators too, but they've got lots of breach. It's coming to this one, a little bit of redundancy there, just in case one of them falls. So bit of Hems have a bunch of things covered here for now, but PC419, they are primed and ready to take just one more round, close out the 2-0, stop sweating so much here in a series where they realistically should just walk in and get an easy 2-0, because it feels like that's what other teams have already done. So it would be a shame for them on their leaderboard chances if they didn't pick it up here. So even then though, they've had to work pretty hard for it, which kinda makes you a little worried for some of their later matches, but it also says something about bit of Hems, is that maybe other teams still yet to play them. I should be a little worried for them.
Should be, yeah. Well, bit of Hems will be also worried quite a whole lot about that looming match point for them, because even though they were able to show that they are a force to be reckoned with, it's still at the end of the day it could be a 2-0 if they are going to be losing out this round. So then this very play, each and every death of their players will be pretty much mattering, and every second lost down.
Yeah, so here on the match point, the Vodafone match point, I'm going to call it, because I'm just allowed to. But
right.
Vodafone match point, PC419, one more round to defend here. Namni's already running in and just smashing up the floor, wanting to get some shots from above. It's just such a great position to have above Church and Arsenal here. You You just force the defenders in such awkward positions. But speaking of awkward positions, always check
Bomb
the
located
stairs.
by
Vlad
attackers.
gets the anchor held, the line held, and just gets that easy kill. And gets out of there with most of his health as well. Really important to keep that smoke alive.
Yeah, interesting the fact that he's playing that aggressive up close to the entrance to that staircase, and who actually could be caught out here with his sights blocking out the picture of the attacker. He's dangerously close to that angle, but Ryan is completely clueless about the position of the smoke. Vlad is able to take care of Crix, and it is all just falling apart. Ryan will be actually able to find a kill. Can he maybe make another one? Maybe he will be able to make a comeback here for the team. Nani is still full health, and Nani is actually able to pick up a frag as well onto Vlad. This is slowly maybe starting to work out here. Maybe another frag to be found here, but no. The Jaeger of Sajin is going to be shutting down Ryan, all down to Namni, and he will be falling apart. PC419 are the ones to claim that 2-0.
And just in a similar way to Bazaar versus Vance, what should have been maybe on paper an easy 2-0, they do have to work for it. Bit of Hems certainly stepped up to the plate, but PC419 come in and show why everyone was calling them as the easy 2-0 winners here tonight. Picking up the win here. So solid win for the boys here from PC419. They'll be happy, and at the end of the day, that 2-0 does mean all they need to care about for today is that 3 points, moving them up here and putting them, I believe, in tied third place along with 2 other teams.
Yeah, this is going to be pushing PC419 at a really nice position here, just to make sure that they are going to be in that competitive position to play out against the other teams. They're very much able, and I'm genuinely will be keen to see how will they play out the rest of the season. But we have the interviews also coming up, Smite.
Yeah, and you've got Hamio coming up for us first as well.
That is correct.
I'm super keen to hear from Hamio. I know it was probably a bit rough, but here he is. Hamio, mate, how are you feeling after that?
Not too bad, all things considered. We kind of like threw that roster together, I guess. And yeah, we've had like a lot of roster changes in the past like week or so.
Okay. So ideal, like overall, how long did you guys play together? Or at the very least, knew how would each one of you play?
Do you want me to be honest? Just today. That was the first time we played as that stack. Yeah.
Oh wow, that is impressive then, because that is quite a testament that you guys did, honestly. Because like Villa was an extremely close one. I gotta say, and gotta give it to you guys. You did phenomenally well.
Thank you.
So let's have a bit of a fun one here, Hamio. You had a bit of a pog moment there in today's match. Do you want to talk about that one with your ace?
I don't know. They just kind of walked into my reticle, I guess. Bit fortunate, but we kind of just played that rank star kind of game mode, just to try to throw them off a bit. And obviously we had no real kind of structure, so that probably bit us in the ass with the like closing rounds. But yeah, no, the aces, that's something, I guess, for personally.
So, despite you guys unfortunately not picking up the wins tonight, you had a better than expected performance from a lot of people. Is this something you guys are going to be taking a lot stronger into the further weeks? Are you guys excited for that?
Yeah, well, as I said, it was our first time playing together, and there's already some kind of chemistry there. We had a bit of fun, just play the game for the game. PC are a good team. I reckon they're a bit underrated, and their results probably don't show what they're actually capable of. But so credit to PC419. Just had to get that out of the way. But yeah, so we'll try and work on a bit this week. Might be able to chuck a couple of scrims in there as well.
Yeah, actually talking about the scrims and the prep for the further matches. So I believe you guys still yet to play, I believe, Bazaar and Skyfire. Any kind of thoughts on these upcoming matchups and as to what are your and the team's expectations about those?
Well, me personally, I've probably only watched one or two like of the other matches or
Mhm.
of the other last two teams. Sorry, like 1 or 2 games each. I haven't actually paid much attention to them, but there's always some little kind of work we can do to try and like improve our gameplay and fit it into like I suppose their play styles because they're undoubtedly going to be more structured than us at this stage unless we put in some work in the next week or so.
Right. Okay. But yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. Once again, I applaud you guys. You did some pretty amusing work, especially throughout Villa. I mean, you had me on the edge of the seat throughout the whole match.
Villa was a treat.
Villa was a treat. Actually, more even Clubhouse was a treat on a fair few of these rounds. And yeah, gotta agree with Smite here. Like your ace was just right.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, yeah. Best of luck with preps for the upcoming matches, and keen to see you guys perform more and play more with the renewed roster.
Yeah, thank you. Well, hopefully it doesn't change. Like we've had a bit of struggle with that the past few weeks, but yeah. So fingers crossed we can actually stick together for a bit.
Yeah, fingers crossed, man. All right. Well, we'll catch you later.
All right, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope they stick together too. Roster issues are always such a massive struggle for teams, but to see them perform so well despite it, like that is just something in itself, and I think they
Oh,
can
yeah.
take that away and be proud of it.
Yeah, they were able to really bring the heat to PC419, and considering the fact that Hamio just told us this is the first day that they've played together, that is a big wow for me.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised considering, like you said, they had a ton of chemistry working together. And you know, we were saying during the match, like it looks like a team that has been playing together for a while with how successful they were doing. I think that kind of disappeared a little bit as we entered Clubhouse. It was more so on Villa, but it was still there as the thing. So
Yeah.
I think these guys have some decent potential. I'm keen to see what they look like over the next few weeks. It's a kind of a shame that they've got some very hard matchups in Skyfire and Bazaar
Yeah.
as their last 2 ones. So we might not really see their full potential. But if they take games off those teams, then that is where things get interesting. But let's talk to Mr. Vladdy Daddy here because he has just won himself a 2-0.
Здравствуйте, ребята. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
First
First
of
of
all,
Nice. You've been learning.
Yeah.
I played Overwatch once.
Oh boy. Well, first of all, Vlad, congrats on the 2-0, first of all.
Thank you.
I want to get your thoughts on what was happening during Villa, because I have a feeling that the newest lineup of Bitter Hams kind of took you guys by surprise.
Yeah, they made it very chaotic. I actually discussed it with the boys like before the game, and I was like, I have a feeling, if we let Villa slip through, that might get a bit crazy. And yeah, it did. I mean, like they had people basement, they had people everywhere.
Yeah.
What did you guys? How did you react when Hamio got that ace? I mean, what were you guys thinking when he managed to pull it off?
Was that the one on Clubhouse?
Yeah.
The one on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, we left one of our players by himself, and then that he got overwhelmed with all the flanks that they had, and that was a bit of a misplay on our part. And then once we've lost that diffuser there, it kind of all went sideways. Yeah, all went south.
Yeah, and then I guess on Clubhouse as a whole, when you guys went into it, you had a break after the Villa. Did you take a moment to sit back and think, okay, this isn't the Bitter Hems we're kind of expecting? Did you have to have a chat with the boys to change it up before going to Clubhouse?
We were definitely expecting like that sort of play style, but I guess, credit to them. They pulled it off a lot better than maybe we were anticipating. And, I think it started very well on Clubhouse, and then they sort of brought it back a little with that, 3-all split. But, we were just determined to close it out on defense, which we did.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys now got a couple more games to play out. So we had Bazaar actually mention you guys that it's going to be a pretty tough matchup for them. Any kind of thoughts about the Bazaar roster? Maybe some kind of predictions, feelings about how you guys going to perform?
Well, we know that's a must win for us.
Okay.
Considering they were, I think they're literally like 1 point above us.
Yeah.
So for us, that's a must win. Like maybe we can get away with a draw and hope on other results, but we'd way much rather get that 2-0, go above them in the ladder, give us some breathing room. But they've been a pretty solid team. I'd say they're one of like the more structured teams in the league.
Okay.
So it'll definitely be a different type of game to what we came against tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll prepare for them.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that's about all of my questions. Smite.
Oh, well, my question before we go is, how do I say goodbye in Russian?
До свидания.
Do svidaniya, Vladdy. Congratulations on your matches today.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Catch ya.
Do you think I said it well? Did I say it right?
Yeah, that was pretty fairly spot on pronunciation.
Nice. Well, maybe I can bring it out next time, and I won't even have to ask. But yeah, no, good to hear from Vlad again. Always good to have him on the interviews. Nice to hear that they're taking these teams seriously, and it's always pretty scary when something like this happens, where there's the threat of a team at the bottom of the table coming to basically ruin your chances if you don't get the 2-0.
Yeah, that is a scary thought.
It's tough. It's tough. So a lot of these players to hold on to their composure, but then jump into the interview afterwards as well, which is nice. I think Vlad's always happy to jump in here, especially because I think it's always been a 2-0 when he jumps in the interviews, or at least a draw. But yeah, he's always happy to come in here. You can kind of hear the relief in his voice as well, but you can definitely tell he's smiling.
Yeah, he's Vlad is the guy that would he would always be the one to cheer up the squad. He would be always there to kind of be able to support, to kind of to bring up the morale. So yeah, it's a nice thing to see the man kind of continue his positive approach to it, or at the very least analytical and very calm approach to the matchups, even in the post-match interview. So, and yeah, obviously a dub is definitely enhancing that effect to a fair bit.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I think before we end up the show here, Cthulhu, maybe a quick look at the leaderboard if you've got it would be great, because just to recap everyone where everyone stands, because I believe I'm not sure if you've got it updated, but with that win tonight, Bizarre and PC419 are going to be heading up the table a little bit, which is so it's already reflected here.
Yeah, it's partially reflected. I don't think the PC419 win has been yet added to the thing, but in its entirety, they still now drawed out between themselves, Skyfire and Team Ferox. So there's that. So
Ferox, Skyfire, and PC419 are all tied up there in third place, and Bizarre Gaming is 1 point ahead of them. However, Skyfire and Ferox, they play tomorrow night. I think they play each other, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it would be real interesting for that result. Either team looking for the 2-0 to secure second place. But if it's a draw, Cthulhu, then we have a 3-way tie in second place.
Yeah, that is a huge one that could be happening here. So definitely will be interesting to see who will be able to overtake, or whether there will be a 3-way tie. But that is remain to be seen for tomorrow, though, ladies and gentlemen. From us, this is just about it. Thank you all for tuning in, and come around tomorrow to twitch.tv/LPL_play to come witness even more of the LPL Pro goodness, and we'll see you all in the next one. Take it easy.